time people were throwing stones. Now they are throwing bullets. So how do you defend yourself against bullets when you when you are a law enforcement officer, whether of the federal government and federation, or of a state government? As I said, in the past, the police, they were using Mark IV and they were being outgunned by armed robbers. And then after a while, they then said, look, you had to upgrade the caliber of weaponry that the police, and then we had a problem. Once the police started upgrading accidental discharge, people were being killed left, right, and center. And because some of them had no finger discipline. Were trigger happy. But of course, all of that has also changed because we have seen how guns and small arms and light weapons are all over the place. As I said, it appears that both the federal government and the Ondo state government, and indeed others,
find the common ground.
All others who are interested in setting up security outfits should find a common ground in ensuring that the criminal elements amongst us, of course, are put out of business. Yes. Do you mind?
Well, that's it on the paper review. Our conversation will begin in a moment. Don't go away.
Wake up the champion in your child. Give them energy to go further. Milo Active Go and the natural goodness of malt, milk, and cocoa helps wake up the champion in your child.
The 62nd Independence Day Celebration Planning Committee announces activities lined up for the celebration as follows. Public lecture focused on national unity. Date, Thursday, 29 September 2022. Venue, State House Conference Hall, Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. Jumaat public lecture. Date, Friday, 30th September 2022. Venue, National Mosque, Central Business District, Abuja. Time, 10 a.m. Special Jumaat prayers. Venue, National Mosque, Central Business District, Abuja. Time, 1 p.m. Presidential broadcast. Date, Saturday, 1st October 2022. Time, 7 a.m. Military parade. Date, Saturday, 1st October 2022. Time, 8 a.m. Announcer, Planning Committee.
We are all Nigerians. Against all odds, we shall and must remain united. We may have our challenges, our problems, and setbacks. However, together we shall overcome them all. What doesn't break us shall make us stronger. This is the mindset that shall bring peace, progress, and prosperity to our beloved country. Do not let tribal and religious sentiments govern how you think, act, or feel. Don't be influenced by those who want to destroy our precious national unity. Everybody who's a Nigerian is your brother and your sister. This is the mindset of the new Nigeria. It is also the mindset that we must all adopt. Let us support each other in creating the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA.
The center is purposely established in order to provide these services that are examinations, medical examinations, and investigations that were not provided for in Kano as well as the entire Northwest region. It's equipped with modern technological equipment in terms of radiological services. We have MRI 1.5 Tesla. We have digital X-ray as well as 4D ultrasound equipment. The importance of the center cannot be overemphasized. Just within 1 year, the center attended to thousands and numerous patients as well as medical examinations. NKDC is established in order also to provide these healthcare facilities at a discounted price.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Dialogue, empathy, love, and unity. These are vital components of nation building.
For all to be well, we appeal that we should refrain from volatile, provocative, inciting messages and language.
Let's build and not destroy.
You're watching Good Morning Nigeria live on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Now, as a backgrounder to our conversation this morning, which is on fulfilling the dreams of independence. We listen to this background report put together by our correspondent, Abdulsalam Jibril.
It is countdown to Nigeria's 62nd Independence Day celebrations, and the impending festivities is already being felt across the country. Going down memory lane by the late 1950s, when the winds of independence from colonial rule was blowing across Africa, the decline of the British Empire and the push by some eminent Nigerians led to the country being granted independence on 1st October 1960. It was a fun-filled celebration as Nigerians trooped out en masse. From fireworks to dance troops, masquerades display, even a state banquet where dignitaries mingled and danced was held. The celebration was climaxed with a grand ceremony hosted by the Prime Minister, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. At the time, Nnamdi Azikiwe was Governor General. Princess Alexandra represented the late Queen Elizabeth II, who was still the country's sovereign. Some historians maintain that the prospects of the new country appeared promising and expectations for the future were very high. This was boosted largely by the discovery of commercial quantities of petroleum in the Niger Delta region. They maintain that Nigeria was dubbed the giant of Africa and a beacon of hope and progress for other colonized peoples emerging from the yoke of colonization. Like other countries, Nigeria has had to contend with her own fair share of challenges over the years, including a civil war, insecurity, prolonged military rule, ethno-religious conflicts, corruption, and dwindling economic fortunes, among others. However, since the return to democratic rule in 1999, the country has been recording great strides. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa and 6th largest in the world. She also possesses one of the largest populations of youths in the world. She has the largest economy in Africa and the 31st largest in the world by nominal gross domestic product. Nigeria's movie industry, Nollywood, is Africa's largest movie industry in terms of both value and the number of movies produced per year. How has Nigeria fared in its almost 62 years of independence from British colonial rule? Has the dreams of the founding fathers been realized or still work in progress? These and more will form the crux of discussions as guests speak to fulfilling the dreams of independence at 62 in a moment.
Right, thank you very much, Abdulsalam Jibril, for that background. And of course, you saw the green, white, green flag fluttering in the wind there in celebration of Nigeria's independence at 62. We have two guests with us in the studios and another guest joining us from one of our network centers. Let's welcome the chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Public Affairs, Senator Surab Judin Ajibola Basiru. Distinguished Senator, we're glad to have you this morning.
Yeah, good morning.
All right. Also here with us in the studios is the former secretary to the Adamawa State Government, Dr. Umar Bindri. Umar Bindri, of course, is an engineer and is currently National Coordinator of the National Social Investment Program, NSIP, in the Office of the Honorable Minister of Humanitarian Affairs. Dr. Bindri, we're glad to have you this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Nigeria.
And also joining us from Benin is Professor Osareme Benson Osadolo, Department of History and International Studies, University of Benin, and immediate past acting Vice Chancellor of Ambrose Ali University, Epoma, Edo State. You're welcome to Good Morning Nigeria, sir.
Good morning, Nigeria. All right, gentlemen, of course, this is the first in our series on Nigeria at 62. And I'm sure some of our viewers will just be wondering, why do you have an all-male cast of
no
guests?
Female.
But you are here, of course, so you can you can weigh in. We will have a number of conversations around relevant themes of our independence anniversary. And as I said, this is the first of such installments that we'll be having. Gentlemen, let's begin the conversation this way. Even from the word independence, it connotes freedom. It connotes hope. It connotes aspiration. It connotes the fact that, look, you are free to live your dream. 62 years down the road, are we fulfilling our dreams of independence? Omar Bindri.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kingsley. And well, just like you said, independence, 62 years. At the time when we got independent from the colonial masters, I think it's a very, very clear indication that we are ready, we are matured, we're free, we can be able to strategize. We believe that we can generate, or we have the capacity to do everything we wanted to do, with the hope to grow and demonstrate to the world that we are actually good people, we are actually living together, and so on and so forth. But it's now 62 years. So it's now up to us to gauge 62 years of the impacts of those hopes, of those aspirations. In my opinion, having run around the whole world, seeing what has happened in other countries, seeing the evolution of ways and means of life, I want to answer this question with optimism. Optimism in the sense that I think we've gone a long way in trying to achieve these objectives. Many Nigerians may not agree with me, but my own scientific and technical observation is that we're not very good at celebrating success. I think we've had so many good things, but instead for us to take it and celebrate it and excite the world on what we have achieved, we sometimes downplay it and shortchange ourselves. If I may cite one or two examples, very, very simplistic examples, is that, look, Abuja itself is a new capital city. Many countries tried to do this. Australia tried to do this with Canberra. The UK tried to do this with Milton Keynes. They still haven't achieved it. We did. We set a fresh capital. We triggered it. We are running it. But we actually don't remember. We just don't celebrate it. We even complain of having Abuja and so on and so forth. Secondly, if I go down to a very micro thing, we launched a communication satellite as probably one of the first African countries to delve into very, very high technology. We had Earth observation satellites in orbit. We can see everything. We can see the number plate of a car using Nigerian satellite. We had communication satellite that we can power up our television, radios, telephony, and everything. But I can tell you, many Nigerians did not even know that we have achieved this. In fact, after putting these satellites in orbit, we started fighting who will control it. So again, celebrating successes is an issue for us. But I think we have had a long string of so many good things, and we need to, even the Civil War. There are very few countries that have actually fought a civil war and just decided to forget about it. We did that. Instead of celebrating it, even the ones that were never born before the war, once war again, you know what I mean? So again, it's lack of celebrating. So the range of very good things that have happened in this country over the last 62 years are very, very long. But you need to be a historian, you need to be an optimist, and you need to calm down so that you can be able to gradually unleash the benefits, in my opinion.
Of course, Senator Sirajudeen, he's saying that we are not really celebrating ourselves. We are not being optimistic that at the fact that we are at 62. That's an adult age for any nation. What's your opinion?
I will slightly, differ a bit from Dr. Bindil. Yes, it's good to look at issues from an optimistic point of view, but from a perspective of trying to, build a nation and develop a paradigm for good, government, we need to be critical. We cannot just afford to try to glamorize certain aspects. We have to set our binoculars to look critically at what are the issues. First and foremost, on the issue of independence, I will say that what we had in 1960 was rather a political independence, not economic independence. And that is why scholars of globalization have been able to come up with the coinage of neocolonialism. Whereas you have, what is called flag independence, you have your green, white, green fluttering, as Kingsley, said at the beginning of the program. But the reality is that the economy of our country, just like all other African countries, even the subtlety of our politics was still be controlled, from the motherland in Europe and America. So when you talk of 2 years of independence, reality, you must be able to make a distinction between political independence and economic independence. As Africans, did we really achieve economic independence in the 60s and the 50s? And you could see a lot of intermeddling. Maybe to a large extent, they were not as overt as in some other countries. You have experience of our brother, Patrice Lumumba, who was arrested and murdered brutally, by agents of imperialism. You have the story of the cancer of betrayal of Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana. You also have instances of a deliberate pouring up of dictators by the colonial masters, even after independence, with a view, to be able to assess, the resources of Africa. You could see that until the 70s, with the indigenization policies of the military government that time, the commanding height and the real sector, even retail business, was still controlled by foreigners in our country. So when we talk about 62 years of independence, we must be able to make a distinction between political independence and economic independence. And also, one of the belief, the handover of colonialism for us was a country called Nigeria, which story started from amalgamation in 1914. One of the challenges, and which we must confront, and not just say we are celebrating 2 years, is to that extent have we been able to forge a nation out of the country bequeathed to us by the colonial enterprise. When in the run-up to 2023 elections, people still think in terms of where a presidential candidate comes from, what kind of religion does a presidential or presidential candidate profess, speaks to the need for us we need to really discover the Nigerianity, if I may use that word, of ourselves, even 62 years after independence. We need to be able to set paradigm that development and advancement of our people to be able to work tall in the community of nations. To what extent are we as Nigerians proud of our green passport when we get out of the shore of this country? It's not just about question of being pessimistic or criticizing ourselves or not seeing success. If we only see success, we'll not be able to challenge ourselves on what are the areas we need to plug. So we need to first and foremost plug the Nigerianity of the Nigerian nation, which was the dream at independence. To what extent are we able to force to even address issue of insecurity? We try to look at it from the paradigm of ethnic perspective, to address issue of governance. And when you look at it, all said and done, this inability to forge a Nigerian identity is affecting the mass of our people. Poverty does not discriminate for wherever you come from. Insecurity does not discriminate for wherever you come from. So the first and foremost task for us going forward after 2 years, or what I call flag or political independence, is how do we forge an identity of a Nigerian nation, and then see the task of developing real sector of our economy, and not tie our economy to the dictates of the international global dynamics, which of course is schemed against the colonized world like Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Senator Basiro. We'll come back to you. Let's go over now to our Benin Network Center. Professor Osadolo, is Nigeria living up its dream of independence 62 years later?
Thank you. Let us look at the essence of independence in 1960. It was basically the struggle for freedom and democracy, defined as self-determination. In which case, the nationalists that struggled for independence in 1960 had in mind 4 basic things. Number 1, the freedom to decide on what to do concerning their own affairs, the authority to control their own affairs, to mobilize resources for their own development, and of course, finally, to see the extent in which they all can be involved or engaged in nation building. Since 1960 till today, we talk about fulfilling that dream. What has been the case in building the Nigerian state since 1960? Number one, nation building is a process. It evolves in phases. So leaders come and go, but they contribute basically to that process of building the nation. There are two categories of nation building. First, integration, and secondly, the issue of development. Let's take integration. Integration has to do with the unity of all Nigerian people. It has to do with a common consciousness that we are all Nigerians and therefore we are committed to building Nigeria. It's also connected to our national aspirations. What do we want our country, Nigeria, to be in relations to other countries of the world? Beyond this, how do we develop in the Nigerian citizens a sense of national character, a sense of national identity, a sense of national outlook, a sense of national aspiration that as Nigerians, this is what we plan to achieve as a major goal in the next years. Then the other aspect is development. This has to do with critical infrastructure. In the past 62 years, we've had governments. The First Republic collapsed after 5 years. Military regimes, coup and counter-coups. Second Republic, rise and fall. Third Republic, rise and fall. Today, we are in the Fourth Republic. Now, looking critically at the dreams of independence in the past 62 years, I would say that many Nigerians have the hope that this will be a great country that will rule the world. But we have been frustrated by deliberate hiccups. Hiccups arising from rivalries, from ethnicity, from religion. This is simply because we do not yet understand the definition of nation building. Nation building begins by practical self-rule. How do you govern yourself as a people and as a nation? What brings you together to say, okay, you are from this particular part of the country, and therefore this will be your contribution to national development? What exactly is it that you need in terms of structure to ensure that all the segments of society are put together? Don't forget, in 1960, when Nigeria attained independence, the federal system was not balanced. And this created crisis from day one of independence until military coup, counter coup, and the outbreak of a civil war. It was on the eve of war that 12 states were created. 12 states were created from the existing 4 regions. All of this did not satisfy Nigerians as mobilizing themselves to build a nation. 19 states were created. 21 states were not created. 30 states were created. Today, we have 36 states. Now, looking at the practical aspect, does this creation of states fulfill the dreams and aspirations of Nigerians 62 years after independence? Certainly not. In 2014, at the National Conference in Abuja, there were a series of agitations for the creation of more states. What is wrong with the structure of the Nigerian state? A second aspect is the economy. Let us look at the Nigerian economy. Nigeria was described in 1960 as the giant of Africa. In other words, Nigeria has enormous resources in terms of national resources, natural resources, and human resources. But in the 1980s, what happened? The opportunity for economic growth was blown off, such that in the 90s, Nigeria was now described as a crippled giant. But I strongly believe, as a historian, that the crippled giant will walk again. But beyond all of this, we have been battling with how the economy of this country can be productive. Today, the Nigerian economy is more or less 70% a consumption economy and 30% a production economy. That in itself is a major burden on the politics of Nigeria. The economy cannot sustain Nigerian politics the way it is. 1/3 of the resources are spent on politics. Let's be very frank about that. In which case, what happens is that Nigeria is not able to dedicate its resources to critical infrastructure, hospitals, schools, roads, bridges, etc. What will make a Nigerian happy is because of access to health facilities, access to good education, access to good roads. We have no electricity. Some days ago, I was told, or we heard, that the national grid collapsed. How many times in a year will the grid be collapsing? We can't provide simple electricity. We can't provide water. I live in Benin. Virtually every household in Benin has borehole. The dangers are real in future. So government is not doing its best to mobilize its resources in fulfilling the dream of independence in 1960. However, like I said earlier, every regime has the opportunity to contribute its best at that time to nation building. When you leave, history will begin to judge you. We will look at your legacies and see what you have done and begin to concentrate on the next regime. It's important that Nigerians also understand that building the nation is not only in the hands of public-spirited leaders. We as Nigerians, we must be involved in nation building. We as Nigerians, we must be committed to nation building. We as Nigerians will ensure that Nigeria is a nation that God has given to us, whether through colonialism, whether through our own deliberate effort to remain as one, like I once said. To keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. I strongly believe in that task of keeping Nigeria as one. But how do we mobilize Nigerians to believe in that nation-state project? Today, there are all kinds of agitations. Stop nationalist agitations, Niger Delta, Biafra, elsewhere, even among the Yorubas, all kinds of agitations. What has brought all of this about? Can't we sit down as a people, as a nation, and begin to reflect on our problems? Because we often miss politics with government in this country. We understand that politics is the struggle for power. And so people take politics and mix it up with government. Government has a function, has a duty to ensure that resources are mobilized for the good and benefit of every citizen. But today, politics has become a huge investment for some families, for some individuals, for some people, and for some groups. And therefore, they forget about the business of governance. That is why today, many Nigerians are saying, what kind of society are we living in? They talk about insecurity, nobody cares. Talk about even ordinary water to drink, nobody cares. Talk about electricity, we are in darkness in this country, nobody cares. Politicians, our rulers, our leaders must begin to reflect on the pains that the ordinary Nigerian is going through. Their hope of 1960, 62 years after, should be reflected in three things. Number one, the right to life. Number two, their liberty. And number three, the pursuit of happiness. How happy are Nigerians today? Let's be very frank to ourselves. If the pursuit of happiness is not the concern of the leader, we have no business being in government. If the protection of rights is not the concern of those in government, you have no business being there. If the protection of your liberty, the liberty of the ordinary Nigerian, is not the concern of you, the politician, you have no business being there. We must understand that all of us are stakeholders in the building of Nigeria as a great nation. This country, Nigeria, is a threat to the rest of the world. The largest economy in Africa, and of course, within the shortest possible time, Nigeria can overtake the United States and other economies of Europe. We need to come together and put our house in order. We need to come together and begin to reflect that God has blessed us with this country called Nigeria, and we must be committed to building the nation. Let's not forget, Nigerians don't talk about state building. That is, in other words, our capable political institutions. In Nigeria, when you talk of state building, it is directly related to nation building. How we are fed in the past 62 years. What kind of institutions exist in Nigeria? They are very weak. Individuals are more powerful than institutions in this country. Why? Simply because they don't just want those institutions to exercise the functions for which they were created. There are political institutions. There are different levels of government. There are different arms of government. How functional are they in terms of independence? How do we also understand our economic institutions? How do we regulate the economy of Nigeria? How do we encourage investment and manufacturing and production? Why do we have to depend on even China to produce toothpick for us as a people? Why do we have to depend on China to manufacture cloth for us as a people? Why do we have to depend on Taiwan to get electronics for us as a people? We have the resources, enormous, human, to actualize all of these dreams. And I strongly believe 62 years is just an experiment. We have done our best. Leaders have done our best. Their best in the past.
Yes, Professor Osadolo, yes, we still have some guests here in the studios who would like to come, but we'll come back to you in the course of the program. Let's come back to Engineer Bindel. You've listened to the two respondents in the studio and Benin, and it all boils down to Nigerians loving this country and making sure everything works in this country. I'm sure our founding fathers might not just be too happy with us. What do you think?
Well, you see, that is one of the things that normally reviews do. Fantastic review by the professor of history, and we have a very powerful politician here who have been listening on the quality and the content of political leadership. But for me, reviews of this nature can be taken on 4 platforms. What have we been able to do post-independence politically? I think we have demonstrated to the world that we have done a lot of experiments, we have done elections, we've gone to the military, and then back in 1999, we decided to settle down, despite all the experiences and the differences. And gradually, our democracy is sustaining itself, and in fact, it's so unthinkable now to start seeing the military coming back to take over. And I think that is part of the development process. Economically, we have, over the years, demonstrated that we can produce the richest entrepreneur in Africa, which is a good index as far as I am concerned. And we have also, within that space of the 62 years, demonstrated to the world, even to be named as the strongest economy in the continent. But conversely, the same reviewers will now say Nigeria is the poverty capital of the world. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children. So you see, everything is there, and we see prosperity, we can produce highest level of people, and then also at the same time, we have the lowest level of performance. Third, you look at morally, this is a country that is sort of like everything we do, religion will come into it, which is the key component for morality. But yet, the same thing we use to chop ourselves into pieces, to abuse ourselves, to say that leaders have to align to this. And we don't believe that we are morally together, despite the fact that there's only one God and everybody is looking at that. And then you have corruption coming into it, undermining all these things. At the 4th level is the technical level, efficiency level, deployment of techniques to make progress, as they say. Look, today, when you go to the internet and you review the American economy, you'll hear even the American president mentioning that Nigerian doctors are dominating the US, which is a functional economy. Nigerian engineers are dominating the system. You go to the UK, even politically, Nigerians are, now when you see Adebayo as member of parliament, there is no question that this is a Yoruba man and he's a Nigerian. There is no, so we have it. But then when it comes to our own country, you find that we have ASU issues. We are not producing fantastic critical mass of young people who are thinking entrepreneurially. So you see, all these put together, I can conclude on this argument on three things. First, Nigerians must understand 62 years. If the level of poverty still remains high, you cannot score yourselves high. We cannot score ourselves high. And we're not talking about relative poverty. We're talking about absolute poverty. Majority of Nigerians don't have clean water to drink. So they are open to waterborne diseases. It's not nice to see. Many children cannot have access to basic education. Terrible level of poverty. You cannot look at the future, and so on and so forth. At the second level, we must review our country to see that, do we actually have the skills, the competencies and the capacities to manage this great country, to take advantage of the agricultural resources, to take advantage of our oil resources, to take advantage of our economic resources. I don't think we are going on that track very, very well. You cannot close your tertiary institution very well and expect this critical mass of highly technicalized people to evolve. And finally, at the lowest level, Nigeria must understand, like Professor said, unless we are evolving institutions that are standard, that can compete internationally, our political institutions, our security institutions, our economic institutions, our regulatory institutions, to compete to be at par at the highest level, we cannot sustain this development. So in this review, this is the package. You have it and you don't have it. You can do it, but you are not doing it. You are there, but you are not there. This is the package of review, and that's how I see it.
Dr. Umar Bendu, thank you very much. That is the cohabitation of progress and poverty. Cohabitation of, some would say, light and dark. And then cohabitation of hope and despair. Thanks a lot for your perspective. Senator Basiru, and of course, Professor Osadolo and Dr. Bindri. Anyone who is watching us right now and is half the age of Nigeria's independence, so I'm saying like you are 31 years, 32 years or younger, the temptation might be strong for the individual to assume that Nigeria was always like this. But we do know that Nigeria was not always like this. Professor Osadolo says, look, in Benin, as in most, if not all urban centers in Nigeria, every household has a borehole. But he would tell you, when he was growing up, he didn't know what a borehole was like, because you had a tap.
Yes.
You had a tap. You could turn on the tap. You could go to school. You could go to the general hospital, which is now specialist hospital, in Benin. And earlier, when we were reviewing the papers, because some of the issues, gentlemen, that you have raised, they are so touching, but because we are talking about a dream, we hope that young Nigerians would not assume that this dream has become a nightmare, because that dream functioned in the post-independence years, but then we lost our way. The question then would be, for us to find our way back to our dream, how and where did we lose our way? Professor Osadolo raises the question about the collective contribution of all to nation building. You said earlier, Senator Basiru, Nigerians will not be proud of their passports, XYZ. It wasn't always like that, you know. Up until 1986, you took a flight, Nigeria Airways, but from Murtala Mohammed Airport, and you landed at Heathrow or at Gatwick, they will give you your visa on arrival. How did we lose our way? Bashir?
Yeah, I think to start the paradox of progress and also adversity, and of course, wealth in the midst of a mass, poverty. I think that may be a summation of the challenges that we face in Nigeria. And while looking at the trajectory of the history of Nigeria, yes, growing up in my town, Osogbo, when I was in primary and secondary school, If I get home, I don't even have to go to the kitchen or the room to get water. I'll just put on the tap, and you will see the chlorine still smelling, I mean, from the water.
God bless
or something
you.
like that. So, and of course, you will also know that I, for instance, attended all my education is public education. I attended public primary school, secondary school, public, university up to my PhD, level. And of course, the costs, and I will say, I will respect the quality is also at par with whatever you can get anywhere in the country. The trying to see where we get air will also necessitate for us to also make quantification on where we must be and what we need to do. First and foremost, I think the absence of responsible governance under military rule contributed a lot into the rot that has happened. As Professor Sadolo said, from January 15, 1936, effectively till 1979 October, and from December 1985, 83 till 1989. At 1999, we don't really have responsive and responsible governance under military in Nigeria. Most of the time, and those are the area, when you look at that period of time to be chronological, 1966 to 1979, that's 30 years. Then 1983 up to 1999, that's another, another about 13 years again. So we are saying that even in the annal of development history of this country, we have had our government under irresponsive and irresponsible governance for almost half of the 2 years we talk about. And when I say this, I was a student during military era, both the Babangida, then later at the Abacha era. What do we have? Military administrators are posted like dictators into communities. There were no input into governance, and some of the and those also coincided with the area when we begin to have population expansion. So facilities that were put in place during the pre-independence and immediately post-independence were being strained, and nothing was being done to be able to do so. I was in the government in Osun between 2010 and 2018. What did we discover? To put back the water reticulation system that had been left abandoned since the 70s in Osun will take almost the resources of the state for the next 50 years to be able to fix, because on an incremental basis these were left to be done. So when you don't expand your water reticulation system to meet the demand of population increase as things were going on, then when you look at until recently when Buhari administration came and trying to get back on the rail system, my mother as a trader used to send egg from Oshobo to Zaria, Zamaru to sell, and they will come back during rail system. But the rail system was also left unattended to during this period of military interregnum. The same thing with the power sector. Power sector became cesspool of corruption and lack of accountability, such that even the costs that were being recovered were not plowed back to be able to expand the capacity of those infrastructure. Then that was about the effect of military lack of accountability into government. Then when we now settle down to democratic governance in 1999, we must tell ourselves that because we have been ingrained in terms of political sociology of even being able to have accountable governance, even democratically elected leaders also, while parodying government principles, democratic principles, did not also see accountability as part of what is necessary. And of course, what is supposed to be the most vibrant arm of government to drive development is the legislative arm. Unfortunately, they were also victim of executive high-handedness on the executive arm when we acceded to democracy. You discover that the first term of 1999 2003, I think about 4 or 5 leadership change occur at the Senate, and that is because the executive believe that they must kowtow to that. Of course, when as a matter of survival, the subsequent National Assembly felt that okay, the best way to insulate themselves is to play along even when things were going wrong. And then we have not been able to assess the constitution that was left to us by military. When the military, there was a poet, an Arabic poet, that says when water, when anything is get dirty, you use water to clean it. But when water itself is dirty, what do you use to clean it? The legacy of the military dictatorship, which is the constitution that we are using, as democratically elected people, and I'm not also insulating myself, we have not had the courage to look at this constitution. To what extent can that constitution generate meaningful governance that will catalyze in development? And I will exemplify by the fact that today we are left from 1996 with 36 state structure, except, for instance, Lagos or Port Harcourt or River State. I don't see any of these states capable of being said to be proper federated units, because they rely largely on the handout from the federal allocation to be able to even pay salaries and allowances of their workers. And when you look at the budget of these our states, most of the budgets, more than 75% of them, goes to recurrent expenditure. You cannot have development even in those states being able to do so. Then when you look at the so-called revenue allocation formula, 52% goes to the national government, the federal government. So no state in Nigeria, even in terms of allocation, gets up to 1% from the federal allocation. Then what is the capacity? What is the nature of economic development that is going on in those states for them to be able to generate revenue to be able to run their government? So one, going forward, we must first address the structure of government in Nigeria. We must be able to look at it that do we want to have government for the purpose of politics and governance of government's sake, or purpose of government for purpose of delivering on infrastructure, delivering on the welfare of the people and advancement of our people economically in terms of progress. How do I mean? You have even a national budget. As I speak today, only 4.1 trillion is devoted to capital aspect of our budget. The bulk of that, 5.8 trillion, another 3.4 trillion goes to non-debt recurrent expenditure and debt recurrent expenditure. How do you catalyze development? Then when you also look at the allocation going to the state, the bulk of those allocation goes to service the bureaucracy of government. The people want to mention Samadu Bello and Azikiwe and Obafemi Awolowo. When Chief Obafemi Awolowo was at the premier of the Western region, up to Ikari Akoko, up to Okakoko, up to Ekpe, only one bureaucracy serving the entire Western region. The same geographical space now has about 7 or 8 bureaucracies, state assembly, civil service bureaucracy, governors servicing the same geographical space with humongous expenses going to payment of salaries and allowances. How do we catalyze development in that regard? And in terms of economic development, we have tied ourselves to what I call a kind of atavistic disposition, to that this is how things were done. We should not be able to do things differently. Yes, the idea of a national grid was beautiful when nature of economic activities and spread and requirement of power will be able to sustain so. But when you load everything and that every electricity generated must go to a national grid, and the transmission system that was built possibly when Nigerian population was possibly 45 or 50 million Nigerians to service 180 million Nigerians. So we need to also address the issue of power. And as a member of National Assembly, I've had cause to challenge our leadership that all this power sector agreement we had, they said it cannot be looked at. I don't believe so. I'm a legal practitioner. Let us look at all these power sector agreement. If we have to pay penalties, it's better we pay that penalties now. Let us reset the power sector. You cannot develop industrially without power. Even to do a barber, to do hairdressing salon, you must have generator, and you must be able to spend a lot of money servicing that sector too. So we need to address issue of power. Then we need to look at even the structure of our federal government. We respect the demand. I've worked at the state level before. The demand of Nigerians on governance rests squarely as to what happened at the local level. our local government system administration has gone. And when you talk of problem of insecurity, it's largely because there's no presence of governance at that level again. Then at the state level, because of the excessive bureaucracy and because of their handicap by resources, they're unable to deliver on what they're supposed to do. And that's why you see some of us as national legislators, you have pressure for us to even do roads. You have pressure on us to provide water, pressure on us to provide maternity center, which ideally are supposed to be responsibility of governance at the local and at the state level. So we need to rethink. It's not about criticizing unduly, but we need to take a step back, look at what is the feeling and plight of the generality of Nigeria. If utilitarianism is anything to go back, that governance should be about the greatest happiness for the greatest number of people. We need to think back and then take ourselves out of our comfort zone, confront these challenges, and ensure we recalibrate Nigeria in a way that generates development, that address issue of poverty and mass unemployment of our teeming youths, which is a critical factor. What we have realized is that governance bureaucracy, because it has become excessive, cannot even accommodate in terms of saying civil service bureaucracy. In the 70s and at some earlier part of the 80s, before the structural adjustment program, when you graduate, if you can't find job, at least they will take you to public service. Public service cannot even accommodate you. Then when you go to public service, because of the pension reform that we have done, the joy of public service that when you retire, you have something to fall back upon. The retirement savings account may be nothing after you have spent 30, 40 years in that place. So the only way, the safety valve for our teeming youth is to industrialize, to expand capacity of our economy so that they can be gainfully employed. If care is not taken, we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. If the teeming unemployed youth of Nigeria are not gainfully employed and be able to see a source of livelihood. And I say it as it is, not minding the fact that I hold a public office, I'm a member of the ruling party, but we must be concerned that whatever we do today, there will be a reference that whether we speak out as to what energized development, what energized dealing with the challenges of poverty, squalor and hopelessness of the teeming Nigerian people, particularly the youth.
You've raised a lot of pertinent questions here, Kingsley, hasn't he?
Let's
bring in Professor Osadolo. Now, you've listened to them in the studio. I think what they are trying to say is we need a total reorientation of the Nigerian system itself so that we can form a national identity. But still, as a professor of history, like Kingsley said earlier, the generation behind us, 30, 35, do not even know how good Nigeria was. I had a tip of it before it started going bad, but let's have your opinion on how we can reorient the way Nigerians think, and because we operate one of the most expensive governments in the world today, and how can we place ourselves in the Committee of Nations and be able to have a voice that can be heard internationally?
Thank you so much. I think the first step we should take is very clear. Look at what members of the National Assembly they are collecting every month. The Senate and the House of Reps. And also look at what is classified as constituency funds to finance projects in their constituencies, which are never done. Now, put those resources away from the National Assembly and invest it in the economy, and you will see a great boom. Are they willing to make that sacrifice? As a professor, I don't earn up to 500,000, but I'm happy. Not because of what I earn, but because of my passion to contribute to national development. I repeat, take the National Assembly. Look at the resources invested in that assembly. Compared to other assemblies, it doesn't make sense. That politics is all about what you invest and the millions you make from it. That's the first reorientation about our society. That will lead us to what we describe simply as resource mobilization. Look, let us not make any mistake. Nigeria has resources. And these resources were invested in the building of Delta Sea Complex, Alaja, near Warri, Ajakuta Steel, Castellan Steel Rolling, some other major structures that were built. All of a sudden, they all collapsed. What has happened to the resources that were invested in those projects? Look at the first 8 years of the Fourth Republic in Nigeria. Most government structures, they were sold. The ones that were built with millions were sold in thousands. The ones that were built with billions were sold with pennies. What happened? Today, they are not functioning. So we cannot begin to say we want reorientation without reevaluating our own personal interests. This country, the pursuit of wealth, money, has become a major challenge to the extent that even the unborn child is not even talking about how to develop himself or herself and get the merits for a particular job, but how to make money within the shortest possible time. We have now begun in this country. We are now worshiping money in Nigeria. Christians, they have abandoned God. They are worshiping money. Muslims, they have abandoned Allah. They are worshiping money. Those traditional people, they have abandoned their gods and worshiping money. The worship is money has created and complicated problems in this country. That is the beginning of our reorientation. And it must begin with politicians. Campaign kicked off yesterday. Go to the banks, you can't find dollars anymore because I'm told, or we are told, or we understand that all the monies are made for campaigns. I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? Nigerians should be concerned about issues-based campaign. What exactly do you want? The problems of politics, we have identified the problems. How do you solve these problems? What do you want to do when it comes to government? That is the problem that we should be addressing in this country. Not buying your way to power. Yes, you get power. That is legitimacy to do whatever you want to do. But in the end, how does it benefit us? Same on reorientation. How do we evolve public-spirited leadership? It's a critical aspect of nation building. How do we understand that a leadership is responsible, a leadership has integrity, a leadership is transparent, a leadership is accountable? All of this put together will bring a reorientation about how we want to rebuild Nigeria in the next years. We are looking forward to Nigeria at 100, the centenary of independence. We are 62. Many people will get there today, others will not get there. But those that will get there, what will be their plans from today? By next year, there will be a change of regime. What will be the orientation of the new government that will come into power on the 29th of May, 2023, after the elections of February and March? What is their thinking about this country? What is their thinking about the people? What is their thinking about development? Thinking about Nigeria's status among the other nations of the world. That is my major concern. But beyond all of this, let us come back home. Resource mobilization.
All right, Professor Sadolo, thank you very much there for your perspective. We have, of course, many more issues to deal with, but we have to go on a short break now.
Finally, the hero of Nigeria's democracy has arrived. He shall usher us into a new phase of development, peace, and prosperity. He is the father of the new Nigeria, His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Welcome to another season of giving Nigerians hope yet again. We are sure of a great future for both ourselves and generations yet unborn. We look forward to your leading us as a nation into our manifest destiny. Though the challenges against us as a people are many, we know that your leadership shall set us on the right path to our greatness. A new dawn beckons on us all, and having you as our president is a precursor to this. Thank you for believing in Nigeria. This message is from the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. NTA.
We've been trying our best to contain the situation, and in our operations, we've been able to make a lot of recoveries. We've been able to also arrest suspects that are involved in this kind of activities, and we've been able to also recover particularly arms and ammunition from those who are carrying it unlawfully and disturbing the peace of the people. But generally, our morale in the Nigerian police is always guided by our commitment to do what we have sworn to do. Peace and security must be looked into as a priority by all, to look at security as the business of all of us.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Information and Culture.
Everywhere you go, from banks to hospitals to public offices, mass transit stations, airports, and even telecommunication centers, senior citizens are treated as nuisances. They are not. They are senior members of our society, and they deserve the utmost respect. We shouldn't be having our aged fathers and mothers standing in long queues to withdraw their monies at banks. Our retired senior citizens shouldn't be caught standing in buses for lack of seats or chasing after one just to get to their destination. Senior citizens shouldn't have to sit long hours in hospital corridors with no geriatric specialist to attend to them. Our senior citizens deserve better treatment from all of us. They deserve to be listened to. They are deserving of seat reservations on public buses and priority attendance in public spaces. As young people, we are quick to say, no one owes you. This is not true. We owe the elderly members of our society a helping hand, our services, and respect. Age-friendly societies have more senior citizens enjoying good health, living safely, and engaging in meaningful community work than those who do not. Simplifying age-friendly services for senior citizens.
The counsel of our fathers.
I will urge and advise our younger generation to use talent and brain to sort out problems, not arms.
Nigerian youth, let's build our nation together.
All right, you're welcome back, and it's still Good Morning Nigeria on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority. Gentlemen, there's an issue I would like us to address. I know we've touched on the developmental challenges, the developmental dream, and how to reset it. But there was also the issue of integration. And many persons would argue that the drawback we have on development flows from the challenges on the integrative side. I would like you gentlemen to take on this, but let me ask the historian in our midst, Professor Osadolo from our Benin Network Center. Today we can look at Italy and say, oh, Italy is a leading economic power in the world. But Italy was never a country. Italy was an amalgam of many nations until it was put together by Garibaldi, I believe. Germany, where of course you lived and also went to school. Germany was never a country. I'm not talking about East and West Germany now. I'm talking about, what Germany of old, as it was known. It took Bismarck to forge it together. But so if these disparate, as it were, entities could be brought together, and today they are what they are, what is it that the leadership over time has done right that we could also learn from? I'm just using the examples of Germany and Italy.
Yes, thank you so much. Italy was united in 1870, followed by German unification in 1871. there's something that is common to both Germany and Italy. That has to do with their national outlook. We also need in Nigeria today to build a national outlook. Let us not see ourselves, oh, I'm Yoruba, I'm Igbo, I'm Hausa, I'm Fulani, I'm Ibibio, I'm this and that. Let us see ourselves first and foremost as Nigerians. That was what the Germans did. That was what the Italians did. They created the opportunity for a national outlook. That outlook itself now gave them a national identity. We are Germans, we are Italians. From that identity, now they began to have their aspirations in building a new nation, just as we can also do here in Nigeria. Now, once you have that drive of national aspiration, it creates a consciousness that you are a Nigerian, you are building your country for everybody. You can live in any part of the country as a resident and contribute your best towards the development of your country from wherever you are located. Beyond all of this, of course, is the fact that most Nigerians today, they are easily divided by ethnicity and by religion. Let us reassess. See, Nigeria as a society has a people with different origins, different histories, different languages, different religions, and of course, different cultures. How do we harness all of this to integrate them into a great nation that is called Nigeria? We lost it at the point when we said, oh, don't teach history in schools anymore. History is the only basis in which we can create in our citizens that kind of consciousness to understand the past, to understand our present, and of course, to look at the future. We have always emphasized politics in Nigeria, struggle for power. Everybody, every group have their own concept of power. They are struggling, they are fighting. This is what we want to do with power. This is how we want to grab power. That does not make for integration. The Germans don't do that. The Italians, you refer to, don't do that. But they understand that power is for the purpose of development. They work within that concept in terms of their national interest. We must, as Nigerians, in the interest of this nation, begin to look for forces of integration, how to build them using history as the basis for which we can erect pillars on the integrative forces that make Nigeria one. I strongly believe in one Nigeria. I strongly believe that Nigeria as one will remain as one. In the future, nations of the world will become envious of us if we are able to integrate all of these forces to forge ahead in building a nation that will be the jealousy of the rest of the world.
Thank you very much, Prof. Dr. Omar Benji, I would like you to also weigh in here, because it was talking about creating the national identity, and some persons will cite the very recent history of Rwanda. After the genocide of 1994, the Tutsis and the Hutus, they have outlawed ethnic identities. In the past, if you had an ID card, you had to state your tribe, X, Y, Z. Now you are simply Rwandese. And many would argue the narrative of Rwanda is changing. So how do we harness those integrative forces that would then provide, as it were, a base for us to catapult ourselves to be the very best in the world?
Thank you very much. I think if I were to very, very briefly put your previous question on where did we go off the rail from before, when we all went to school, local schools that had games masters, that had messengers, that had headmasters and so on, to now something else, plus this integration. You see, excellent submission by a professor that we shouldn't actually knock off history from the courses to avoid leaving children not to know what has happened. This integration, we were there. Nation building is a process. It's level 1, level 2, level 3, and you build it up. All these complaints that you hear from people, or National Assembly people, or assembly people in the state consuming money, is an indication that we are not good in creating wealth. And you cannot create wealth if you do not have the capacity and capability to create wealth. Then if you have the dormant wealth and you're only sharing it, you're only draining the pipe. if you are creating wealth, you will not even know that you are paying people too high, you know. And how do you create wealth? You need the capacity, capability, and institutional maturity. Joining it with integration in those days, in the 60s, 70s, even up to 80s when we went to university, when you go to a Nigerian federal university, you go to a cosmopolitan system. You meet Yorubas there. I schooled in Maiduguri. There were care guides in Maiduguri University. There were all these cultural things happening, and you enjoy it. You are a young person. In my class, I was the only person from Yola. And I had, buses and whoever, they were my friends. But then, like Kingsley said, how did Maiduguri University become totally a Northeast university? How did University of Ibadan, that produced Professor Jibril Amin then, Iya Abubakar them, and all the others, there was no Yorubaness or whatever. It was a Nigerian university, highly ranked because of the cosmopolitan. Today, University of Ibadan, 98% of their teachers and students put together are Yorubanized. Go to Nsukka, it is an Igbo university. Now, how do you expect young people within the ages of 20 to 30 go to a university, say Ibadan? They have been eating amala and shaki in the house. In the universities, amala and shaki. They're speaking Yoruba, they're wearing the same dress. And you expect them to behave Nigerian when they become 40. It's not, they don't even know. So actually, if this is where the integration is, when you capture your 20, 30-year-olds and you build them up as a cosmopolitan system within universities and polytechnics, so that the chap who is from Nsukka has technical capability in terms of looking at things, is studying in Sokoto, where he sees red goats, and he says, if the course I'm going to do chemical engineering. See, well, because that is culturally how he thinks. And then after graduation, he stays there. Before you know, you have a leather industry in Sokoto that is actually exporting. The chap who is now from Maiduguri has schooled in Benin and has seen the opportunities of palm oil. He's done chemical engineering. He knows, he's thinking soap and so on and so forth. This integration of these young people in these institutions is key. If I were the president, to be quite honest with you, appointing vice chancellors today is about which Oba do you know, which emir do you know, which senator do you know. It has to be on a vice chancellor who will get on his bike from Maiduguri to go to Benin and get the first classes, to go to Lagos and get the first, and create that cosmopolitan studentship so that they are taught properly. They are working together. They don't see their differences in terms of tribe. They see their differences in the type of argument technically. And that is when they is going to unleash Nigeria's opportunities when they graduate. So I think the integration has to be very, very strategic. It has to be planned, and it is not going to rain from the sky. We must evolve it, and we must evolve it properly.
Indeed, Senator Salajuddin, while I was doing my research yesterday, I came across something the first Prime Minister of Nigeria, Tafawa Balewa, on his visit to the Americas. In that time, he said, and I quote, "In less than 200 years, this great country was welded together by people of so many different backgrounds. They built a mighty nation and have forgotten where they come from and who their ancestors were. They have pride in only one thing, the American citizenship." Where is our pride in Nigeria?
I think we must make a separation between the consciousness and the manipulation of the elite and the consciousness and spirit of togetherness of the mass of the Nigerian people. Most of the problem I earlier referred to in my first comment on absence of a Nigerianized perspective and culture. They are more of elitist a manipulation because of the political economy of what I call access to power and resources in the country. The architect and the build of the Nigerian society is predicated on access to power. And each of the elites of the different ethnic nationality comprising of Nigeria, and of course, take the issue of manipulation to the level of access to power. So we begin to say that yes, it is time for Yoruba, it is time for the Igbo, it's time for that, not really to even serve the interests of the majority of the Yoruba people or Hausa people or Nupe people, but to be able to corner part of the rental economy that we operate in Nigeria. So we must also know that on the lower rung of the society, an average Yoruba or Hausa or Nupe does not see themselves in the light that elite try to manipulate those ethnic consciousness only for the purpose of access to the resources of the state we are doing. So
Senator, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Your argument is sound. Now, the ordinary Nigerians don't mind those things. The elite manipulate those levers. But when the elite do manipulate those levers, the ordinary Nigerians turn one against another and slaughter themselves and each other. How do we?
Let me put it further.
Yes.
But because those elites, what they do is that because they have no consensus about Nigerianization, only to the extent of being able to fight for those things, they also now enlist behind themselves the masses of those places and try to use so many factors, information, or whatever resources that they have to be able to do so. But in reality, what we need to do to forge an integrated perspective of Nigeria is for us to begin to have elite consensus on the fact that we want to develop, and that in the context of a larger development, everybody's interest will be taken care of, and you don't need to create divisiveness for you to be able to access to power. And just as been said, I take something from what Dr. Jibril has said. To even be vice chancellor or rector of a polytechnic, the question of the person must be an indigene of that particular place.
Well, come from the village.
That's the particular one that is going on at the Federal Polytechnic in Kwara State, where somebody from my town, for instance, has the requisite qualification, and it's been said that because somebody else come from that particular town and is already even past the age of, then he must be there. Then if we want to talk of University of Ife, somebody saying that somebody who must be OAU vice chancellor must be an indigene of Ife. Somebody who must be vice chancellor University of Ife must be somebody from See, these are part of what it is, more of the elite positioning, using primordial sentiment and nepotist agenda to further their own interest. And unfortunately, because in the kind of society that we have, our masses are still largely disempowered in terms of education, in terms of access to independent economic survivor. They are still tied to the apron string of the elite who use this to be able to manipulate that process. In fact, what we'll have is weaponization of ethnic identity, weaponization of religion, in order to be able to advance the interest of the elite. So for us as elites, the danger is this, and that is why we must first have an understanding that we only make progress, development together, when we identify with the oneness and unity of Nigeria. And in the context of a well-developed Nigeria, everybody will have access to whatever will require them to live a meaningful life, not at the expense of the generality of the people.
Senator Basiru, thank you very much. Senator Dr. Umar Bindri, you are claiming it, but it will not be 2023. It will be subsequent. All right. Let's also, for the benefit of some of our viewers, it is not as if past Nigerian leaders in the post-independence period did not recognize the need for integration. For instance, we're talking about the villagization of our institutions, whether tertiary or otherwise. And yet, we had the expansion of the federal unity schools, which was the purpose of saying, look, let's get integrated from all over. In 1973, the General Gowon regime introduced the National Youth Service Corps, by which, you went out from your state. As young men, fresh graduates, we were happy to serve hundreds of kilometers away from home because it was the first time you were getting exposure to that part of the country.
But now they want to go back home and serve.
That is to say, look, where did we lose it? Where did we lose it? Some of these integrative ideas, everything appears to be Again, as Basiru said, what is wrong with the Nigerian elite class? Let me ask you that question.
I think very briefly, there are many things. I mean, you can spend the whole of the 2023 discussing about these issues and you will not exhaust it. But the target actually is that Nigerian leaders have always demonstrated, whether on the surface or deep down, that we want to develop. Historically, you remember Green Revolution, Operation Feed the Nation, indigenization policy, even down to the Obasanjo time, Vision 2020, even Abacha said Vision 2010. We had transformation agenda. These are all zeals to demonstrate that we want this country to change and develop. Then your question is how? Why are we losing all this? I can tell you for sure that today, if you go to either the Federal Secretariat or any government or whatever, try to look for the report on why have we not achieved the Vision 2010. You will not get that report. We just jumped onto 2020. Then now 2020 has passed. Where is the document that says, well, this is the reason why we have failed in 2020. We want to correct that to again 2030. You know, to a certain extent, the present administration said, hey, there are 3 levels that we recognize. First, you have to conquer poverty. Once you are drinking clean water, your children can go to school and you can get a job when you graduate, I think people will calm down. If after this, then you need to give young people skills. Why, for God's sake, that every single time, state government, local government, or federal government, when we construct roads and we are commissioning it, you will see foreigners behind the leaders who have done it. We are just cutting tapes and clapping. Where is the universities working? Where are our engineers? Where are our medical doctors? This question has to be asked. And then, if we realize this, in my submission, final submission, is that I think our education system, particularly the tertiary education system, where young people who are getting energetic to enter management are all pulled in one place, we have to enter there. We have to enter there with our very best. We have to make sure that all of them have access to internet. They have come from all over the country. They see the opportunities in our country. And hopefully, we will create people who are thinking positively. We will create potential entrepreneurs. We can create people who are progressively, politically. And then as they go out, they will now see the opportunities in our country, whether it is the water, or the cows, or the milk, or whatever. And gradually, I think if that is happening, we will be gradually developing institutions that can take us to the next level. But if we use politics to chop what is already, what I call, don't shake a boat that is already broken. It will shatter. It will shatter. So, young people, don't listen to leaders negatively. Try to be positive because you have another 60 years to go. Gain skills and take the advantages in our country positively.
And then in gaining skill, I might add, as one of the anchors for today's program, our young persons should no longer be misled by the so-called skill acquisition centers that do not offer real, genuine skills that can catalyze development in our country. Bashiru, you agree?
I agree with you.
Bindri, you agree?
I agree totally.
Thank you.
Professor Osadolo, do you agree? Let's have your final thoughts in 30 seconds, please.
We need to imbibe in our youth the spirit of being creative, innovative, and hardworking. And that will make a difference in the future.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Osadolo. He's the Professor of History and International Studies from the University of Benin, and also the immediate past acting Vice Chancellor of Ambrose Ali University, Epoma, Edo State. Thank you so much for coming on Good Morning Nigeria. We also thank Engineer Dr. Umar Bindir, his National Coordinator, National Social Investment Program, NSIP Office of the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
And Senator Surajuddin Ajibola Basiru, thank you so much for coming. Well, sports update is next.
I doubt if we can take sports, Juma.
Yes,
we're out of time. So remember, once again, this is the first in our series on the independence anniversary. Nigeria is 62. Of course, there will be a celebration on Saturday. Tomorrow, we're back with another theme. Join us same time, 7 o'clock in the morning. Look after yourselves. I'm Kingsley Osadolo.
And Monday is a public holiday for 9 to 5 workers. Well, we will still be here to bring you and discuss on issues that are, happening across the country. Thank you so much for watching. I am Jumwek Yesov.
Latest entrant, latest technology. Welcome to Intel 4G LTE Advanced and experience super fast internet access today. Visit intel.com.ng or any of our stores in Lagos, Abuja, and Port Harcourt to get started. Intel. Live more.
Driving the rain.
It depends on the velocity of the rain.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the U Report link. And be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for headlines, domestic and foreign news, economy, security, politics, sports, and more. Stream live on your smartphone and tablets and stay connected. It's pretty easy. Simply download NTA News app from your Google Play Store and you're good to go. NTA News mobile app, your access to real-time information.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Welcome to the Nigerian Navy today. I am Jibrin Baba Ndachi. Since 1999, one of the major national security challenges in Nigeria has been militancy, piracy, oil theft, kidnapping, and other criminalities in the oil-rich Niger Delta. Each administration, from President Olusegun Obasanjo to late President Umaru Yar'Adua to President Goodluck Jonathan to present administration of President Muhammadu Buhari, has deployed both kinetic and non-kinetic approach to ending the security challenges. While non-kinetic approach is maintained through the amnesty program, the kinetic has also been sustained through Operation Delta Save and other complementary operations by the Nigerian Navy and other stakeholders within the maritime domain. One of such complementary operations is Operation Dakata de Barao, launched April 2022. We are focusing on this and other regular segments for your viewing delight. Please stay with us.
For the Nigerian Navy, the essence of synergies is to build on strength and mutually supportive atmosphere to achieve common goal. This, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo, is working the talk as his doors are always open for synergies that will promote the Navy and the country at large. On Tuesday, 27th September 2022, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo, was decorated with Special Forces brooch by the Executive Chairman, Corps Defense, European Security Academy, Poland, in recognition of the Chief of the Naval Staff's outstanding leadership style. On same day, the Vice President of Leonard Hello Africa, Ponte Alberto, and his team were at the Naval Headquarters on a courtesy visit. Ponte Alberto and his team were received by the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo. Earlier, the European Union Ambassador, Ms. Samuela Isopi, and the President, Group Pro-Risk Theory Houite, EU Political Advisor, Pro-Risk Delegate, Mr. Thomas Kiela and Henri Chavani do Dalmasi on Friday, 23rd September 2022 paid a courtesy visit on the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo, at the Naval Headquarters, Abuja. The visit, among other things, was to seek synergy with the Nigerian Navy. In 1999, when democracy returned to Nigeria, one of the major national security challenges that the administration of President Olusegun Obasanjo, 1999 to 2007, inherited was criminalities in the maritime domain, which included militancy, oil theft, piracy, kidnapping, among others. Despite efforts by President Obasanjo-led administration, it remained a major security challenge. The effort to find permanent solution to security crisis in the Niger Delta informed late President Umaru Yar'Adua, 2007 to 2010, to establish Presidential Amnesty Initiative to get fully armed militias in the Niger Delta region to give up arms in exchange for state pardon and for rehabilitation, along with other conditionalities. Indeed, Nigeria has had protracted crisis in its oil sector in the Niger Delta for several decades. So protracted and intense that while the militias destroyed oil installations and sabotaged oil production, they set up illegal refining plants and connived with criminal syndicates to steal oil, the proceeds of which were used along with ransom from kidnapped expatriates to procure weapons, recruit more members, and generally finance their operations. Although this trend substantially reduced following the post-amnesty rehabilitation program, oil theft has continued and assumed the character of a highly organized and multinational crime. This was the basis behind the setting up of a marine task force codenamed Operation Delta Safe to stem the tide. At a joint operation with the Nigerian Navy as the lead service, Operation Delta Safe has continued to work assiduously in ensuring Nigerian maritime domain is free of oil theft and other criminalities. When President Muhammadu Buhari appointed service chiefs in 2021, Chief of Defense Staff, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Naval Staff, and Chief of Air Staff, the marching order was to secure the country from internal resurrection and external aggression. In addition to the general directive, which is in line with constitutional roles of the armed forces, there were also specific and precise directives based on current and emerging security challenges in Nigeria. One of such precise directives was the need for the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo, to ensure the maritime domain is safe and secured. With the appointment of Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo as the Chief of Naval Staff on the 26th of January 2021, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, the task, as expected, was direct and precise: to safeguard the nation's territorial waters and protect Nigeria's oil and gas infrastructure. Having served in different capacities, Vice Admiral Awa Zubairu Gambo came prepared for the job. With a mandate in mind and the understanding of how important the oil and gas sector is to the sustenance of the nation's economy, the Chief of the Naval Staff ensured the deployment of staff officers as well as officers and ratings to operational commands with the aim to rejig them for optimal service delivery. There is a renewed impetus to contain not only bunkering, but the entirety of crimes perpetrated around Nigeria's maritime domain and neighboring coastlines. One of the measures taken to minimize maritime domain crimes and the violation of Nigeria's maritime sovereignty by criminal elements under the incumbent Chief of Naval Staff has been the setup of Operation Dakata de Barao.
Dominating the nation's back waters through aggressive and intelligence-driven patrols. It will also be dedicated to monitoring pipelines, block identify strategic estuaries to prevent conveyance of stolen crude oil from inshore to sea, and to maintain credible presence along the coastline of areas prone to crude oil theft. The operation will also involve area surveillance as well as insertion of special forces to conduct clearance operations.
One of the top priorities of President Muhammadu Buhari as President and Commander-in-Chief since 2015 has been focus on security. And Nigeria has deployed men and platforms on land, at sea, and in the air. Beyond using kinetic approach in eliminating criminal elements, there also has been non-kinetic approach through stakeholders' engagements and civil-military relations. In addition to mollifying the anger of resurgent militant groups in the Niger Delta, the Nigerian Armed Forces, through joint efforts with the Nigerian Navy as the lead service and other security agencies, maritime stakeholders, state governments in the Niger Delta, there have been determined efforts to curb crude oil theft and piracy along Nigeria's coastal areas and the West African sub-region. So far, Operation Dakata Dabarau has been recording successes on its primary assignment. Within few weeks of operation, the following results were achieved. Nigerian Navy ship NNS Delta deactivated an illegal refining site around Sarah Creek, which had 16 ovens, 16 metal storage tanks, and 3 pits filled with about 500,000 liters of illegally refined diesel, as well as 700,000 liters of stolen crude oil, a generator, and 4 pumping machines in Warri. Another site at Asugbo Creek, also in Warri, was discovered with 6 ovens, 12 metal storage tanks, and 5 large pits, all containing about 600,000 liters of stolen crude oil, including 200,000 liters of illegally refined diesel and about 150,000 liters of sludge. The forward operating base in Bayelsa State on 19th of April 2022 raided an illegal refining site at Erewebio Creek in Braz. 7 large cooking ovens, 10 large metal storage tanks and drums, all laden with about 400,000 liters of illegally refined diesel and 20,000 liters of suspected illegally refined premium motor spirits, were discovered. The site also had 5 large pits holding approximately 700,000 liters of stolen crude oil, 2 pumping machines, 1 generator, 1 submersible pump, and 1 chainsaw were discovered at the site and destroyed. On April 21, 2022, 19 ovens, 26 metal storage tanks, and 2 dugout pits laden with about 250,000 liters of suspected stolen crude oil and 50,000 liters of illegally refined diesel at Lelemo Creek in Warri Southwest was discovered and destroyed. On the same day, a swamp buggy operations was conducted around Egwa Creek in Warri, during which 16 ovens, 31 metal storage tanks, and 7 large pits filled with about 850,000 liters of stolen crude oil were equally deactivated. Also on April 22, 2022, around Lelemo Creek in Warri Southwest of Delta State, personnel under NNS Delta discovered 22 illegal refining ovens, 12 metal storage tanks, and 5 large pits containing about 150,000 liters of stolen crude oil. At another illegal refining site off Lelemo Creek, 19 ovens, 42 storage tanks, and 14 large pits containing about 300,000 liters of stolen crude oil, as well as approximately 200,000 liters of illegally refined diesel, 100,000 liters of illegally refined kerosene, and 100,000 liters of suspected crude oil sludge were discovered and destroyed. In an unprecedented development, NNS Lugard in Kogi State discovered an illegal refining site on April 22, 2022, at a location of Akili Ozizo community of Ogbaru, Anambra State. During the operation, 4 locally fabricated ovens, 7 metal storage tanks, 4 large pits, of which 2 were for storage of about 48,000 liters of stolen crude oil, were all destroyed. On the same day, NNS Victory in Calabar raided tanker carriage along Harbour Road and seized a storage tank containing about 45,000 liters of suspected illegally refined diesel. Also, a tanker laden with 33,000 liters of suspected locally refined AGU was seized and the tanker was arrested. About 58 drums of locally refined AGU were also seized. On Saturday, 23rd April 2022, NNS Sorrow in Yenagua intercepted a wooden boat at Otuopot area along Kolo Creek. The boat was laden with 60,000 liters of illegally refined diesel, together with over 100 sacks of same product. Items on the boat, which included one pumping machine, one Yamaha 40 horsepower outboard engine, and one locally made boat anchor with the products, were destroyed at Ogbea waterside. Owing to the gains and successes of the operation in its first month, the Nigerian Navy resolved to sustain the tempo with an extension of the operation. With this, the Nigerian Navy ship NNS Pathfinder on 1st May 2022 conducted swamp buggy operations in the Cowthorne Channel to clear identified illegal refining sites. The base intercepted and arrested 12 suspects in 3 communities of Isaka, Tongolonsogu, and Soko, where reports indicated that 2 of the communities served as critical enablers to the saboteurs. The swamp buggy operations and other raids continued for another 2 weeks in several creeks within the region and witnessed seizures of over 6 million liters of oil products and stolen crude oil, with the arrest of more than 20 suspects, all handed over to prosecuting agencies. This is in addition to the confiscation of several refining equipment. Furthermore, records from the month of May 2022 indicated that over 6 billion naira worth of products was denied oil thieves. A breakdown showed that about 132,625 liters of DKP, 6,042,187 liters of AGO, 180,000 liters of PMS, 66,000 liters of low poor fuel oil, and 180,000 liters of sludge were intercepted. Similarly, 28 arrests were made and the suspects were handed over to the appropriate agencies for prosecution. In addition, 66 wooden boats, 1 market boat, 6 speedboats, 6 trucks, a Ford model bus, 3 tankers, and a Toyota Camry car were confiscated. In the month of May alone, 36 illegal refining sites, 232 ovens, 308 storage tanks, and 104 dugout pits were discovered and treated accordingly. Despite remarkable achievements recorded in the first 2 months of the operation, the Navy did not relent in its efforts, but instead vowed to sustain the fight against crude oil theft, illegal refining sites, and illegal bunkering. Also, the Navy clamped down heavily on the suppliers and conveyors of illegally and locally refined products. Total approximated value of products denied oil thieves in the month of July 2022, precisely from 1st to 14th July 2022, stood at 1,159,694,676 naira for kobo only. A breakdown showed that 1,411,540 liters of AGO and around 18,598.97 barrels of crude oil were intercepted. Similarly, the total approximated value of products denied oil thieves from 1st to 21st August 2022 showed that 1,401,890,262 naira 40 kobo only worth of products were denied oil thieves. Also recorded were seizures and confiscations of 215 metal storage tanks, 23 wooden boats, 2 speedboats, 137 pits, 171 ovens, 26 IRS, 2 pumping machines,
1 generator, 1 outboard machine. So far in the current month, an approximated value of products denied oil thieves from 12th to 18th September 2022 stood at 421,925,827 naira 97 kobo only. The following seizures and confiscations were also recorded: 27 metal storage tanks, 7 wooden boats, 2 speedboats, 31 pits, 64 ovens, 64 IRS, 2 pumping machines, 1 generator, 1 tanker, and 2 vehicles. Not all the operational achievements have been presented here, but within just 3 weeks, Operation Dakada de Barao had amassed the seizure of over 6 million liters of products valued at over 3 billion naira from oil thieves and economic saboteurs. Nigerian Navy today has learned that operators of illegal refining sites are migrating from the south-south geopolitical zone to the southeast. But with the current zeal and resilience of the Nigerian Navy, oil thieves will be apprehended wherever they wish to relocate to.
We will never relent, and we will never allow them to achieve that feat they want to achieve. Because if they do, we don't know where it will take us.
We are monitoring, but like you know, in every society, you always find people who want to do the wrong thing. But we are, through advocacy, trying to make the public know that whatever they are doing, they should bear in mind that our country, their country, rely about 80% on revenue generated from this source, and therefore, if they sabotage or steal it away, it means our economy will be going down. And as such, they should engage in legitimate activities or businesses so that they can have, a good life.
The efforts by the Nigerian Navy to change the prevailing situation, even under Operation Delta Safe, was noticed. In March 2022, the International Maritime Bureau, IMB, announced the delisting of Nigeria from the list of countries identified as pirate-prone nations. This was as a result of consistent declining incidents of sea robbery and piracy along the Gulf of Guinea and Nigeria's territorial waters. And this is due to the conscious efforts of the Nigerian government through the Nigerian Navy. For a whole year, no single incident of piracy was recorded in Nigeria's territorial waters. While illegal refining syndicates operate in the creeks of the hinterland, bunkerers and sea pirates using huge tankers and other vessels are operating offshore, like the case of MT Heroic Idun, a tanker with capacity for 3 million barrels of crude, which was arrested with international collaboration in Equatorial Guinea. It was the 6th President of the United States, John Adams, who said, "If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader." The political will and clear support of President Muhammadu Buhari, Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria Armed Forces, as well as the Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Salihi Magashi retired, has further inspired Nigeria's armed forces through jointness of efforts of the Chief of Defense Staff, General Loki Rabo, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awa Gambo, Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Isiaka Amao, to rise to the responsibility of protecting the nation's territory and assets and to enforce law and order. It is therefore very clear that despite the barrage of economic sabotage and saboteurs trying to undermine the country's economic well-being, the Nigerian Navy, other services and security agencies are behind the continued survival of Nigeria's economy.
Like previous administrations, President Muhammadu Buhari, as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, deployed both kinetic and non-kinetic approach towards ending security challenges in the Niger Delta. There is no doubt that the political will of the President and commitment of the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awozuberu Gambo, and other stakeholders have continued to yield positive results. Until next week, when we come your way again, remember that securing the maritime domain is a collective responsibility of all Nigerians. I am Jibrin Baba Ndachi. Onward together.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You can watch NTA International.
Federal Executive Council approves extension of second phase of National Sugar Master Plan to 2033. Central Bank of Nigeria CBN's policy will stabilize exchange rate as Naira falls to lowest levels. Oil prices extend recovery and surprise draw in U.S. inventories, plus Asia-Pacific markets rise after Wall Street rebound overnight. This is Business Express on the network service of the Nigerian Television Authority, the NTA, and we are reaching you from Abuja, the nation's capital. I am Leah Katung Babatunde. You're welcome. A very beautiful morning to you out there. We start the program by informing you that a high-powered National Council on Climate Change has been inaugurated with a mandate to formulate appropriate policies towards achieving green growth and sustainable economic development for Nigeria. President Muhammadu Buhari performed the ceremony before the commencement of the Federal Executive Council meeting in Abuja.
Let me, at this point, reiterate the determination of this administration to strengthen our national response to climate change and accelerate the implementation of decisive actions to reduce its impacts on our people and our economy.
Now, the Federal Executive Council has approved the second phase of the National Sugar Master Plan 2023 to 2033. This is aimed at enhancing the development of the nation's sugar industry towards achieving self-sufficiency in sugar production. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Nia Adebayo, announced these while briefing journalists after the council meeting presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari.
That as a result of this phase two, we'll be able to create 110,000 jobs from it. We are hopeful that Nigeria will be able to produce 1.7 to 1.8 million metric tons of sugar a year, thus eliminating the $350 million that we spent on the importation of raw sugar.
Now, how much is the Naira exchanging for other currencies? Let's find out. Now, why was the monetary policy rate increased to 15.5%? A question a lot of Nigerians are asking. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has been speaking on the reasons. At the post-NPC briefing tagged unveiling the facts behind the figures in Abuja, Director Monetary Policy Department of the Apex Bank, Hassan Mahmoud, said the committee had to take the stringent measure to deal with short-term risk after it realized the quantity of money in the system was too much for the economy to absorb. This, he said, was further exacerbated by other factors not peculiar to Nigeria, like the pandemic, Russia-Ukraine war, and the general state of the global economy.
Increasing by 100 basis points, 110 basis points, 90 basis points. That's what sometimes we call galloping or runaway inflation. So the movement was too big, and monetary policy tools are largely to just manage demand and the money market ends.
Interest rate on savings, based on the recent circular we issued to the industry, is now pegged at 30% of MPR.
So we're ramping up our policy on increasing supply. We're also looking at other avenues of attracting investment from the diaspora into the Nigerian economy.
Now, even though Nigerian currency, the Naira, has dropped to its lowest levels at the parallel market against the US dollar, the Central Bank of Nigeria has assured Nigerians that its policy will stabilize the exchange rate, as the Naira, of course, has become a greater source of concern to a lot of investors and Nigerians doing business. To speak on what can be done to achieve these equilibrium is an economist, Yeshua Aliu, and you're welcome to Business Express.
Thank you very much.
Well, the Nigerian currency indeed has been battered, but again, we will say that this is not something that is affecting just the naira. The fall we noticed yesterday was a day after the MPC, and of course, it was on a day that our political campaign doors open. Can you give us an understanding of these developments? Did you get my question, or you would want me to take it again?
Yeah, I want to take it again.
Great. I was trying to find out from you that the downward trend we saw in exchange rate yesterday at the parallel market was coming a day after MPC, and of course, just yesterday, the doors to political campaigns open. Give us an understanding of these developments.
Of course, it's a normal trend in the foreign exchange market. But what we are always trying to propel to the economy is the fact that the central bank, who has the sole authority of issuing this type of currencies, particularly to investors, must be looking at the leakages that is involved in the allocation of this foreign exchange. When at the parallel market, the price is dwindling, is as a result of many factors, demand and supply. When politicians are not demanding, definitely this same currency will not be affected. But in a situation where politicians begin to request or begin to look for the alternative, that is the money they are spending in the election year, definitely the surge will continue. But however, the rate at which the naira is against the dollar is too bad for Nigerian economy, especially when you look at the consumption pattern of most of the consumers in the economy. More importantly, the energy sector, and oil and gas. It is unfortunate that up to now, the Nigerian economy is importing PMS, which the CBN has categorized that is taking so much of our foreign exchange. So I think it's a normal development, but what we are looking for is when the campaign machinery are being used, definitely if the CBN has not taken the right step, and definitely the exchange rate is going to be dwindling.
Okay, the CBN also made some observations that you have rightly pointed out that has to do with payment of subsidies on PMS. Now we also have been noticing rising import bills and increased external debt servicing, and the CBN is saying these would constitute factors that would impede accretion of forex to the nation's reserves. Now, can you just give us an explanation of what this means for an economy like Nigeria that is still looking to increase income?
You see, in foreign exchange management, it is the sole responsibility of the Central Monetary Authority to make sure that the right avenues are used to supply this exchange rate. And when you take from the background the recent decision of the MPC by raising the CRR, that is cash reserve ratio of the banks, and also raising the monetary policy rate, which also is intended to cut money supply, which adversely is going to base on the right prediction of the policy to reduce inflation. But one important aspect at which I always dwell on is that, first of all, by raising the cash reserve ratio and at the same time raising the monetary policy rate in a stagflated economy. What is the stagflated economy? It is that same economy that has the highest, that is witnessing an increase in inflation to about 20.52%. And at the same time, you have that same economy with a high unemployment of 33%. So when you have these factors, and at the same time, looking at the possibilities of what is going to happen with our exchange, with our trade partners, it also depends on our consumption pattern. Most of the vehicles that are being imported for campaign purposes are produced not within the same economy. So our own main problem is that politicians must understand that our exchange rate. And if we don't maintain what we are producing, and if we don't check what we are producing at the right price, it's also going to be affecting us. Even the agricultural practices, which the high inflation is being recorded in food inflation, is as a result of many factors which are exogenous. Exogenous in the sense that the fertilizer is imported. Most of the insecticide, the herbicide, all these are imported. And even the raw materials, and also not only the agricultural industry, but manufacturing as well. So we're looking at all these factors. We have to sit and maintain that our economy must be at a stable acceleration, meaning that what we are producing in our economy must be commensurate with the actual target in our fiscal and monetary responsibilities.
Now, what role is manufacturing playing in ensuring that the crisis of forex is abated?
You see, manufacturing in every economy is very vital for the economic growth of that economy. And once you mention manufacturing, you have to also look at the other value chain of that same sector of the economy. But what we are emphasizing is that most of the manufacturing that is taking place cannot be succeeding if the national grid continue to be collapsing, because what is keeping the high import of automobile gas oil is as a result of inefficiency of the power sector.
Well, the inefficiency of that sector, that's to say that most of these things have to
Also,
work.
trying as much as possible to give certain incentives to our manufacturers. But if we continue to import the raw materials, basic raw materials, that will now trigger good growth level in manufacturing, we are going to be affected.
Okay, now Governor Emefiele raised some concerns about the pressure on the bank via forex demands that include air ticket remittances based on the BASA agreements, PTA, BTA, school fees, and a whole lot in that gamut that is making it very, very demanding to meet the concerns, of course. Are these sources of worry going anywhere anytime soon?
I didn't get you correctly. I didn't get the question correctly.
Okay, now the pressure that is on the CBN, Emefiele identified some of them 2 days ago. They had to come to the aid of the aviation industry to pay some of these remittances to the countries who sold tickets via Nigeria for Nigerians, and so the remittances, the CBN had to pay a large chunk of that. PTA request is there, BTA is there, school fees is there, health services is also there. So these are a whole lot adding the pressure to the CBN in meeting the forex demand. Do you see these concerns going away anytime soon? And how do we ensure it goes away?
Let me be emphatic here. If the right allocations is given, the main problem is that many people who are not qualified for this forex in terms of health, in terms of education, are accessing them. And however, even those who are accessing them, they are not making good use of it, and they are not taking the right advantage of that one. So the central bank must also be more efficient in allocating those forex to the right quotas. I'm saying this because of the fact that people demand for it, but it is not the right demand. They are just trying to access for other reasons. So there is need for the central bank to look into that.
Okay, so before I let you go, there's this call for fiscal authorities to match what the central bank is doing by providing competitive incentives for Nigerian businesses to be active players, produce locally, as well as compete effectively and efficiently with their counterparts in other countries. What would you say of that?
Yes, it is done in all economies, including the US. The right investors who have good track record must be assisted, but not all of them. And also the central bank must not be selective. All we are trying to say in an attempt to help this economy to continue on the path of recovery and to record better growth level, there is need for the central bank to continue to assist. No economy is unfriendly. Other priorities like tax waivers. This will help the economy, and if it is helping the economy to reduce unemployment, that is, by reducing unemployment, is now adding to the GDP per capita, and all this is very essential to the growth of any economy worldwide.
Okay, I must sincerely thank you, Ishao Aliu, for making out time to give these insights towards this program. Do have a wonderful morning.
Thank you for not coming in. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, we understand the traffic situation, and so thank you for.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Great. Now, considering the global economic realities, experts in the business environment have come up with adoptable recommendations to boost the economy. The financial experts and development partners at the forum on the 2023 to 2025 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper highlighted full consumption, all tax benchmark, tax expenditure, housing, all theft, security, among other areas needing urgent attention.
An exchange rate adjustment to close the gap, ultimately increasing productivity and local value addition, leading to economic growth and increased exports, will show up the value of the naira.
We are looking at diaspora. Diaspora, the remittance by the reports, that is even what we are earning for remittance is more than the oil. And so it's very, very important to note that the management of the resources of the country is one of the biggest responsibilities.
Now we move on. The House of Representatives has passed for second reading a bill to establish the Office of Budget Management of the Federation. The bill, jointly sponsored by the Speaker Femi Gbajabiamila and Representative Henry Nwawuba, seeks to provide a legal framework for the management of budget process in Nigeria. It also seeks to ensure effective regulation in budget preparation, presentation, implementation, and auditing. Next is Surviving COVID-19 series as put together by Nneka Oko.
Surviving COVID-19 series is brought to you in partnership with the Central Bank of Nigeria.
Now, kuli na be my business. As I started to do kuli, I don't reach 10 years. Now there I'm selling fresh groundnut. Small time now. Anything next month and the fresh groundnut is ending. Then I now start the kuli again. So that money that I gather for all the gain what I get for here, I'll manage to start kuli. COVID-19. I really shorted for that COVID-19 time. Because the time as I do kuli a day, one bag of granules I used to do a day. But the time of COVID-19, everything is collapsed. Because if I go market, I'll go buy granules, 10 bags or 12 bags or 15 bags. But now, even half I don't get it. Every day na reverse I just they do. Because that time I grant 3 bags of granules down before you just enter that period. So when I keep it, I'll now do a small. Anytime when I carry and come outside, they'll buy and anyhow. So I just manage the money where remain. Take care of my life and my children. Government never helped me even 1 kobo. 1 kobo. Government will never enter my hand. I hear, I see it. People they are collecting it, but me and it never enter my hand.
You no apply.
I apply past 20 times, but it never enter my hand. If government help me, I'll continue with my business again. But guys, money not there for my hand like that time again because corona scatter my plenty money sef. I really shorted that time. I learned plenty thing so that if you chop may remain. If you chop may remain because anytime wahala fit come so that may not suffer with your children.
Surviving COVID-19 series is brought to you in partnership with the Central Bank of Nigeria.
Cause if you chop, may you remain. That will be a healthy savings culture. Let's now take a trip to the commodities market. By 0.02%. Buying interest in Boa Cement stocks drove the market into the green after the share price of the high capitalized stock appreciated by 3.07%. Thus, the all-share index of the Nigerian Exchange Limited settled higher at 49,171.7 points. Equities investors therefore gained 12.42 billion naira at the end of trading activities on Wednesday, as the market capitalization closed at 26.53 trillion naira. And now it's time to catch up with global market activities.
Global markets saw another volatile trading day on Wednesday, with stocks trading sharply lower as the global market sold off on economic concerns surrounding inflation and the growth outlook. European stocks fell on Thursday as the initial reprieve after the Bank of England stepped in to calm the market seemingly faded. Shares in the Asia Pacific mostly rose on Thursday, following a rebound on Wall Street overnight. The rally in the US came after the Bank of England said it would intervene in the bond market to stabilize conditions. The Nikkei 225 in Japan advanced 0.95% to 26,422.05. The Hong Kong Shenzhen Index erased earlier gains to fall 0.84%, and in the mainland China, the Shanghai Composite was 0.13% lower at 3,041.20. Futures tied to the Dow Jones also declined.
Of Business Express on the YouTube on NTA's channel. You can also communicate with us via all our social media platforms. Don't forget also, you can send in your comments, questions, and have a very fulfilling day, and God bless Nigeria.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Hello and welcome to another amazing edition of Your Weekend.
I'm telling you, oh, it has to be heat and it has to be steamy, it has to be hot, but we've decided that, somebody has to tell a story that is family oriented.
That's how to fight you. Welcome to another edition of Talking Movie.
Ethan Hunt was everyone he ever cared about.
See, when you say poor, you can't call water. You don't excavate water.
This is a #1 program, Gallery.
Do you love to gist or gossip?
It's marriage to joke. It is extremely wrong. I will not take it.
Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting episode of Whip and Grill. Welcome to the Slum today, where we say it as it is and we get to enjoy ourselves talking about various things that are happening in our society.
Beyond 6 packs. So your job still remains as the man. Protect the woman, to project the woman. You need to do that.
Hello and thanks for joining us on the news at 10. We're live in Abuja, the nation's capital. I am Anne Jibuno. Here are the headlines. Federal Executive Council approves second phase of the National Sugar Master Plan 2023 to 2033.
We are hopeful that Nigeria will be able to produce 1.7 to 1.8 billion metric tons of sugar a year.
Senate considers bill to regulate and formalize employment of domestic workers in Nigeria. People's Democratic Party inaugurates 326-man national campaign organization for the 2023 presidential election.
Collectively as a family and expeditiously to ensure the victory of our party.
The Federal Executive Council approved the second phase of the National Sugar Master Plan 2023 to 2033. This is aimed at enhancing the development of the nation's sugar industry towards achieving self-sufficiency in sugar production. State House correspondent Adamu Sambo reports that the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Ni Adebayo, announced this while briefing journalists after the Council's meeting.
The second phase of the National Sugar Master Plan has several policy measures and fiscal incentives towards stimulating demand and attracting private sector investment in the sugar industry. Under the first phase, implemented from 2012 to 2022, 4 major investors who invested in the industry, including Dangote and Boa Groups, jointly acquired about 200,000 hectares of land for sugarcane production to enable them produce sugar locally, and in the process created 15,000 jobs.
We are hoping that as a result of this phase 2, we will be able to create 110,000 jobs from it. We are hopeful that Nigeria will be able to produce 1.7 to 1.8 billion metric tons of sugar a year, thus eliminating the $350 million that we spent on the importation of raw sugar. We are hoping to produce 161 million liters of ethanol annually, which will thus eliminate $65.8 million of ethanol imports annually. We're hoping to generate 400 megawatts of electricity, and we're hoping to produce 1.6 million tons of animal feed annually.
His mines and steel development counterpart, Olamilekong Adegbite, also secured a 1.5 billion naira approval for the construction of a 27-kilometer long and 2.9-meter high retaining wall around the Salt Lake in Ebonyi State.
We have that resource there in Ebonyi State. There are salt lakes. You know, the salt oozes from under, and the salt comes there when the water dries out. But when the rain comes, it washes the salt out, which is why we are of its kind in Nigeria. It will of course replace all the money we spend, about $88 million annually, importing such salt.
This is on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing, who presented a memo for the approval of the award of contract for the rehabilitation of the Iduani Otuo Road, which links Ondo and Edo states. The contract is for a sum of 27 billion naira.
Meanwhile, a 580.5 million naira contract for the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency.
It is common knowledge to all that of recent, NDLEA have been recording an extraordinary, unprecedented success. Between January and July 2022, NDLEA have succeeded in arresting over 18,940 suspects. They have equally secured 2,904 convictions within the period, which has led in effect to the unprecedented reprisal attacks on officers. So with the progress being recorded, it becomes relevant and necessary that the agency be supported with armored vehicles.
Of recent recollection in memory, the minister said is the seizure of 1,855 kilograms of cocaine valued at $278 million or 194 billion naira in Lagos by the agency, the largest in the history of the drug war in Nigeria. From the State House, Adamu Sambo, NTA News.
President Muhammadu Buhari has inaugurated the National Council on Climate Change with the mandate of formulating appropriate policies towards achieving green growth and sustainable economic development for Nigeria. Again, State House correspondent Adamu Sambo.
One of the biggest challenges facing humanity, multidimensional and multisectoral initiatives are therefore required to not only address its impact but also avert its rapid advance. President Muhammadu Buhari is particularly worried over the latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, which warned that rising greenhouse gas emissions could soon outstrip the ability of communities to adapt, and the window for taking decisive steps needed to spare the planet from its gravest impact is rapidly narrowing.
We cannot ignore what is happening in our local environment. The increasing reoccurrence of floods in several parts of the country is a wake-up call. Let me, at this point, reiterate the determination of this administration to strengthen our national response to climate change and accelerate the implementation of decisive actions to reduce its impacts on our people and our economy.
The coming into effect of the Council, President Buhari said, marked the commencement of the implementation of the Climate Change Act 2021 and a new chapter in the renewed response to climate change in the country.
As we approach COP27 to be held in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, I am optimistic that the National Council on Climate Change will harmonize all issues relating to climate change, energy transition plan, and the carbon trading framework, etc., in line with its mandate under the Act, so that Nigeria can have a robust and impactful outing that captures Nigeria's climate change priorities.
President Buhari, who used the occasion to thank Vice President Emio Shibanjo for heading Nigeria's energy transition plan, presiding over the global launch of the plan and initiating its marketing in the United States, urged the council to consolidate on these first steps and ensure a sustained marketing of the plan.
Indeed, the composition of the council is a reflection of the magnitude of the problem and the seriousness of our response.
Mr. President, sir, you have since COP26 in Glasgow demonstrated immense leadership towards Nigeria's quest for net zero by 2060. You have walked the talk, and we thank you immensely for all your commitment towards climate change.
The National Council on Climate Change has President Muhammadu Buhari as chairman, while Dr. Salisu Dahiru, Director General of the Council, will serve as secretary. From the State House, Adamu Sambu, NTA News.
The federal government has declared Monday, October 3rd, 2022 as public holiday to commemorate the nation's 62nd independence anniversary celebration. In a statement, the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, congratulates all Nigerians on this year's celebration and assures of government.
All Nigerian Air Force platforms stranded in the sky. But this time around, something is in the air. Organizers say measures have been put in place to ensure adequate security at the
citizens who are privileged to catch a glimpse. The cultural troupe displayed how we got our. This year's parade will center on the theme of strength in unity and will also have elements of surprise.
Leaders positively comes together to let the dream and aspiration of every patriotic citizen come true.
Without giving much away, it promises to be an exciting parade full of pomp and pageantry as Nigeria marks 62 years since gaining independence.
As a citizen, I think the change stands for me.
Do you know how old Nigeria is going to be on Saturday?
62.
What do you wish Nigeria at 62?
I wish them about good luck.
Naja'atu Tijani, NTA News.
Okay, it's you're watching the news at 10 on NTA News 24. Let's pause for a break now. We have more reports ahead.
The launch of an awe-inspiring story of an orphan girl who became one of the most sought-after makeup artists.
I first met Herrera about 17 years ago when she did my makeup for an overnight broadcast that I was anchoring at CBS News.
I am so excited about her new book, The Audacity of an African Girl.
The Audacity of an African Girl, a tale of perseverance to inspire every young girl with big dreams like Urera Musa.
Congratulations for bringing this up to the global stage. I just hope you enjoy the story of her life.
Herrera, I'm so proud of you. Best of luck with your book. I can't wait to read it.
Date 8th of October 2022. Venue, Transcorp Hilton Hotel, Abuja. Time, 1 p.m. prompt. Mother of the Day, Her Excellency, Dr. Aisha Muhammad Buhari, First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Father of the Day, His Eminence, Alhaji Muhammadu Sa'ad Abubakar III, the Sultan of Sokoto. Special guest, His Royal Highness, Emir of Kano, Alhaji Aminu Adobayero. Book reviewer, Professor Ladi Hamalai. Former Director General, National Institute of Legislative Studies, Maitama, Abuja. For inquiries, contact Media Team on 0803-311-7676. This is NTA News 24.
Thanks for staying with us. Hiring and firing of domestic workers at will and treating them without human dignity will soon be a thing of the past, with the Senate considering a bill that will regulate and formalize the employment of domestic workers in Nigeria. National Assembly correspondent Ignatius Ngo reports that the bill has passed second reading.
It was the second and last plenary of the week. Only one bill was scheduled for second reading. It is the bill that canvasses regulation of apprenticeships, interns and informal sector employees, and to empower the National Directorate of Employment to issue license and monitor privately owned employment agencies so as to check abuse. Senator Sani Musa is the sponsor.
issues in informal sector labor practice within the informal sector of Nigerian economy show evidence of violation of employees' rights and non-implementation of labor regulations.
Globally, Mr. President, this private sector is purely regulated in the interest and for the interest of every citizen of any of those countries above, including Nigeria, so that we protect those who are also employing, at the same way we are also protecting those who are being employed. I think if this is not properly captured, that also should be looked at.
And monitor privately owned employment agencies whose responsibility will be to enroll employees in their data bank, safeguard and enhance their social security, and oversee their recruitment by employers who engage in legitimate occupation.
Senate passed the Federal University of Gusau Zamfara State Establishment Bill, sponsored by Senator Sahabi Yao. It urged the Federal Ministry of Works to urgently commence repairs on the failed portion of Benin Awuchi Okene, Benin Sapele and Ewu Uromi Abo roads. Senator Emmanuel Buacha drew the attention of the Senate to attacks in Kutep communities of Osa and Takum in southern Taraba. He acknowledged the intervention of security agencies and urged them to strengthen surveillance in the areas.
The journey from Auchi to Benin that used to take 1 hour, 30 minutes, that takes 4 hours.
Come up with a plan to settle all linked issues, body on the dualization of the roads with contractors, and also review the terms and conditions of the contract.
The military be encouraged to step up the defense of these communities, and I want to encourage them to keep fighting as we are beginning to see results in the war against insurgency.
Senate paid tribute to a Third Republic senator from Imo State, Boniface Chukwudi Agulane, who died recently as moved by Senator Frank Ibezim from the National Assembly. Ignatius Nkwo, NTA News.
Meanwhile, the Senate has promised to strengthen existing legislation to end gas flaring in the country. Chairman Senate Committee on Ecology and Climate Change, Hassan Lawal Anka, announced this in Port Harcourt at the National Green Summit on collective action for gas emission reduction and climate change in Nigeria. Emmanuel Lene reports.
Global statistics indicate that Nigeria still ranks in the top 10 gas flaring countries in the world, with their impacts and catastrophic consequences. Some of the far-reaching environmental and health effects include climate change by trapping heat, air pollution contributing to respiratory diseases and extreme weather, food supply disruptions, and increased wildfires. The National Green Summit on Collective Action for Gas Emission Reduction and Climate Change Mitigation in Nigeria is organized by the Senate Committee on Ecology and Climate Change in an attempt to address these challenges.
Just to sit down and see how to put a law. Any people that draft their paper here, we collect their papers, we go and harmonize them and see how can we adjust or adopt any law again so that we can put it in the climate change problem that we have in Nigeria.
We all know the National Assembly is also tasked to make laws. So by listening to these needs and these challenges and also ultimately the solutions, they'll be able to come up with better laws. They'll be able to protect the environment and also, support Nigeria.
The summit, which attracted public and private stakeholders, was a platform to dialogue, engage, and align on a roadmap to advance the implementation of the Climate Change Act, reduce gas emission, and achieve Nigeria's net zero goals by 2060. It featured paper presentations and panel of discussion. The ideas generated at the summit will help the Senate intervene proactively to strengthen existing legislations to align with international best practices. In Port Harcourt, Emmanuel Lene, NTA News.
Though we all agreed with Fela Kuti when he sang that water has no enemy, we however know that water will always find its level. So the recent warning by several relevant authorities of impending flooding in many states of the Federation is fast becoming a reality, as settlements along the banks of River Benue are grappling with severe flooding. Elias Itiav, who visited some of the affected communities, reports that people have been forced to evacuate to safer areas.
Global warming occasioned by climate change has continued to remain a threat on several communities around the world, with effects of emissions and extreme weather conditions such as flooding and other environmental disasters. Benue, like many other states in Nigeria, is grappling with the devastating effects of flooding, which has sacked several communities, particularly those along the banks of River Benue.
If there is any way the federal government can, they can dredge the river and look for a way to protect the river bank by building a wall, so that if the water comes, will not come and affect houses.
If government can just maybe allocate one layout and give us so that you can go and build your own thatch houses and occupy, it will be easy for us to do same. Otherwise, it was 2012 and by 2022 already we are experiencing another flood. You can see the level of water that is coming, and they are still saying they are releasing more water.
More than 50 houses now don't affect. Most of the people don't go. And I come here to do security work. Cannot security myself now. Nobody from the community. Who are the guide again? And to revise back.
I'm packing the load like beds, that television, things that food stuff.
For these victims of flooding, the situation has compelled them to relocate to safer grounds, pending when the flood waters will recede.
If there is a barricade of concrete, I feel it will help us very, very well. From the riverside down, if they get the barricades, the flood, I think it will not be carrying us. We people are allowing there from here to Rice Mill side.
Or time, we just the manager, they come out our store and the rest of them go outside, go and cook, come back.
The situation is getting very worse because the rain has, the flood has affected everywhere. From the mosque, all those blocks to even my house now. Well, now at the moment now I'm waiting for motor to pack my luggages.
An environmental expert, Professor Bernard Tube, who attributed the current global warming to human activities such as gas emissions, deforestation, and others, says it is a call for global action in addressing the challenge.
We are already experiencing a tremendous change within the climate system that is giving rise to noticeable impact worldwide. The rising sea level, the increase in extreme weather events, the heat waves, the flooding, heavy downpour, an increase in the number of storms, the hurricanes, the typhoon, and also changes in weather patterns.
He advocated a multi-sectoral approach towards addressing what has become a source of concern for all.
It is a call for all of us to approach these two perspectives at the same time. Mitigation practices and adaptation strategies, so that we can be able to work towards reducing carbon emissions and work towards coping with these climate-related challenges that we have found ourselves that we cannot prevent.
As a way of addressing what has become an annual threat to communities, particularly along the riverbanks, stakeholders advocate the construction of more drainage channels as well as dredging of the river Benue in order to put an end to this. Elias, ATF, NTA News.
President of the Senate, Ahmed Lawan, says the 9th National Assembly will leave no stone unturned in the process of unveiling issues surrounding non-compliance with the laws guiding the oil and gas industry in Nigeria. This was while he pledged. This was a pledge while inaugurating the Senate Ad Hoc Committee on Non-Compliance with the Petroleum Act and Oil Mining Lease. National Assembly correspondent Abdullahi Aminu reports.
Non-adherence to the guidelines for oil and gas exploration in Nigeria, loss of oil revenue, as well as other challenges bedeviling oil investment in Nigeria are some of the issues that this Senate Ad Hoc Committee is mandated to investigate.
This investigation is an opportunity to right the wrong and bring any offender to book as obtainable outside the shores of this country.
President of the Senate, Ahmad Lawan, said the investigation will cut across the international oil companies in Nigeria and the relevant government agencies.
Who are stealing our oil in massive scale that makes our country to lose so much from what ordinarily should be our revenues, should have no hiding place.
The legislation process, when completed, is expected to strengthen investments in the country's oil and gas sector within the confines of the law. From the National Assembly, Abdullahi Aminu, NTA News.
The Nigeria-India LPG Summit, a bilateral exchange to drive rapid liquefied petroleum gas LPG penetration while leveraging the Indian success story, is holding in Abuja. Organized by the NNPC Limited with support from the Office of the Vice President, the summit is discussing Nigeria's experience at identifying gaps militating against liquefied petroleum gas penetration in the country. Lydia Sampson reports.
The Nigerian gas market has enormous potentials. Michael Kelly of the World LPG Association says anyone or investor yet to realize Nigeria's LPG potential is simply not paying attention.
Anyone in the world, anyone who does not think that Nigeria will one day be an LPG superpower is simply not paying attention to what's happening on the ground here.
Now, in 3 years, the Indian government achieved significant liquefied petroleum gas consumption of almost 100%. This is acclaimed one of the best global examples of rapid LPG penetration. Replication of these gas adoption and penetration is what necessitated the summit.
Nigeria, as of last year, did about 1.7 million metric tons of LPG, but there are lots of programs in place for us to also, get very high per capita use of LPG in Nigeria going forward.
It's about LPG expansion in the country, which we have a huge potential. We have the population and we have the gas. In fact, Nigeria is a gas province with little oil, basically.
Key players say the industry must target reducing poverty through the use of cleaner fuel and save people from dying of smoke inhalation from other harmful sources. The Nigerian government, through its gas expansion program, has some deliberate policies in place to change the narrative.
The predominant use of biomass for household cooking results in deforestation and ambient air pollution, which also leads to deaths due to stroke, heart disease, lung cancer, and chronic respiratory diseases.
The optimism here is palpable, but key players here agree getting the buy-in of end users is critical, especially women who will hitherto say, "I'm afraid to use gas because I have children, it's not safe." Wait a minute, experts here say it is safer to use gas because you have children, to save them and indeed society from smoke-related diseases. In Abuja, Lydia Sampson, NTA News.
The news at 10 is reaching you on NTA News 24. Ahead in the news.
Dr. Wada was not made overnight. It's been years and years of labor. But if you have a young doctor now, he wants to be Dr. Wada in 2 days or 3 days. It doesn't work that way.
Their struggles.
I'm just so happy that, God used me to give hope to Ali, because without us, Ali would have been dead by now. And I'm sure there are over 1,001 other Alis out there that we don't even know.
Their stories.
I am a legal officer of my tribe or a religion. I am chief security officer of everybody.
Their wins.
I walked into NTA. If you didn't say he hears my voice. I was excited. I want to be a broadcaster. I want to be seen. I had that notion. I had that desire to be famous.
Get inspired on Inspirators, showing on NTA News 24.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
From dusk to dawn, 24 hours a day, NTA International is with you in your living room, office, everywhere and anywhere. We provide the company you desire in terms of balanced and up-to-date news, programs, and the best of entertainment. Tune in to DSTV channel 251, GoTV channel 91, Freeview UK channel 264, or you can download www.visiontv.co.uk. App for iOS or Android. You can also see us on Facebook and YouTube for quality content on the go. NTA International, Africa's window to the world.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Monday, 5th September 2022 will go down as a historic day in Bayelsa with the people of Sapo in Kolokuma, Opokuma local government area and Azikoro community in Yenagua local government area thrown into ecstasy as the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals commissioned and handed over key projects to the state government for the use and benefit of the people. In Azikoro community, the federal government office constructed an ultra-modern 100-bed mother and child hospital, while a fully equipped multipurpose vocational, skill, and entrepreneurial development center and blocks of classrooms were sited in Sampo. The 100-bed mother and child hospital is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities, which includes operating theaters, recovery rooms, private and general wards, scanning room, consultation rooms and laboratory, ultrascan machine, vacuum extractor delivery set, and an emergency cart with full complement, and is one of the over 25 of such advanced medical facilities being established across the country. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, Princess Adejoke Orilope Adefulire, in her remarks at the commissioning and handover ceremony of the facility, noted that the project is a strategic intervention directly linked to the achievement of SDG 3 on quality health and well-being of all, as well as other cross-cutting SDGs. She added that interventions like the mother and child centers are also necessary to stop the primary and secondary effects of COVID-19 pandemic from reversing decades of human development gained through the SDGs.
Let me, at the onset, appreciate our father and our leader, the head of government of Nigeria, President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, for providing the needed support, resources to enable us work very closely with the sub-national government to deliver key interventions to fast-track the achievement of sustainable development goals we are committed to. Based on President Muhammadu Buhari promise to lift 100 million Nigeria out of poverty in 10 years, we are committed to prioritizing key interventions with multiplier effects on multi-dimensional poverty, such as basic healthcare, vocational skill development and entrepreneurship program, and education provisioning. With COVID-19 pandemic challenging our healthcare system, strategic interventions such as Mother and Child Center have become imperative. Indeed, the primary and secondary effects of COVID-19 pandemic will reverse decades of human development gains and undermine the achievement of SDG unless immediate action is taken and sustained. This is why we are here today and doing what we are doing here in Bayelsa State.
As Princess Orelokwe Adefulere noted, with its commissioning, the 80-bed hospital joins other such facilities already delivered by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDG and are being put to good use to save lives across the country. She added that health and well-being are a cardinal part of the Sustainable Development Goals. Its centrality underscores the saying that health is wealth, and that a healthy people are a wealthy people. The underlinkages of the goals suggest that with good health, there is a high tendency of economic growth, which will in turn give room for reduction in hunger and poverty rate.
As well as other cost-cutting SDGs, was the essence of bringing this facility to here. I must say that this facility is available in over 30 states of the Federation through our office. It is therefore expected that Bayelsa State Government and indeed other state governments benefit from each of these interventions. We will make judicial use of this facility in a sustainable way for the benefit of our people in Bayelsa State, especially the mother and children. I believe that the reduction of maternal mortality, infant neonatal mortality rate must come down drastically and must be eradicated. Because giving life should not be a death sentence. Women are vessels of life. Their lives, good health, and sound mind must be sustained and protected. All of us here came out through a woman individually. And that's why we prioritize this, so that when we have the children in our womb for 9 months, give back to them in good health, stay alive to nurture them, so that they can develop them to be adults and better citizens for our country.
Princess Orelokwe Adefulere further opined that at the heart of the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals agenda is equity, which is enshrined in its slogan of leaving no one behind. To this end, countries such as Nigeria, in pledging to the SDGs, have committed to the actualization of this vision, with Goal 3 of the SDGs focusing on ensuring healthy lives for all and at all ages. The goal also places equity as a central issue in health towards ensuring easy access to affordable healthcare as a way of bringing some level of balance, especially among the poor population.
Our commitment to the achievement of the SDG implementation and acceleration by year 2030 by Nigerian government. We will continue to prioritize interventions with potential impact on the lives of the poor and vulnerable population of the society, so that Nigeria is not left behind.
The governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Doyediri, who recently commissioned the hospital while speaking at the event, which was well attended by top government functionaries, traditional rulers, and other stakeholders, also noted that the facility will provide the needed health care for numerous residents in the state.
We are gathered here to commission a project that will make Bayelsa State women now have a place to have safe delivery. They will be safe, their children will be safe. But we will not go to traditional places to go and look for traditional medicine. But take modern medicine, modern delivery system. I've been inside there. It is equipped with the state of the art anywhere you can find in the world.
The Bayelsa State Governor expressed his sincere appreciation to President Muhammadu Buhari and Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, or SAP SDGs, for the hospital project. He also reiterated the commitment of his government to the achievement of SDGs and on human development.
And Your Excellency, please express our happiness to Mr. President for this collaborative efforts and for doing this for the mothers and the children. And indeed, when you do for the mothers and the children, you have done for the fathers. This facility will be very beneficial to us as a people. In fact, for me, it is one of the best things that has happened to us as a state. I'd like to thank all of you who have gathered here today to see this edifice being commissioned and to be put into use for the health of our people. Health, as widely world known, health is wealth. You cannot be prosperous if you are not healthy. And our government is a government of prosperity. Not be so. So for us to be prosperous, we must be healthy. And it begins with our mothers and the children.
Some of the traditional rulers and distinguished guests who spoke on the significance of the projects to the state also thanked the federal government for the laudable interventions.
We have come here to witness this great moment and edifice that will stand the test of time. Not only that, but located in a well-serene environment and easily accessible, well-equipped, and furnished with modern technological machines.
I want to thank the Office of the President for collaborating with the Bayelsa State Government to achieve this. We are commissioning this Mother and Child Center today and about 3 other projects built by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals.
It is a laudable project, and because of that, let me also appreciate Dr. Princess Adegoke, the Senior Special Assistant to President on SDG, for this important and laudable project that you have made to also come to Bayelsa State. As we all know, maternal child mortality, which includes neonatal and infant mortality, and even up to under 5.
Yet, the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, while the provision of good healthcare facilities is a major prerequisite for ensuring a wealthy nation, the office is taking further steps in this quest by providing the people of Bayelsa with skill acquisition and entrepreneurial centers to bridge the gaps, provide the people with the requisite skills that will enable them to create wealth and break away from the poverty trap. In this case, the office also constructed and equipped 2 skill acquisition centers in the state. The skill acquisition centers have the capacity to empower over 2,500 youths and women of unemployment in the country. Princess Adejoke Orilope Adefulire asserted that the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on SDGs is committed to prioritizing key interventions with multiplier effects on multidimensional poverty in 10 years.
This center has been constructed for the benefit of people of Bayelsa, as I said, for them to learn a skill, different skills. Up together, we have more than 10 different skills here to be learned. And as we put the structure in place, we have fully equipped the center. I believe that more of our young people, male and female, will benefit from this lecture by learning one trade or the other. If you are very smart, you can learn more than 2 trades. It's a matter of time, and of course, being the employer available instead of looking for jobs. Jobs are not readily available, but you can be available through this scale. There are a lot of opportunities available here. Either you become skill yourself to like what you learn, or you become a managing director by learning the basic skills and engage some people that you will train to be working under you. So there are a lot of opportunities that is available here for you people to take advantage of. Like Mr. President said, they want to take 100 million people out of poverty. This is one of the ways which we can do that.
The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Sustainable Development Goals, Princess Adejoke Orilokwe Adefulire, noted that the Skill Acquisition Center are designed to be a strategic tool for the economic empowerment and cater for various life skills trainings for young men and women in the areas of sewing, fashion and dressmaking, information and communications technology, ICT, photography, hairstyling and cosmetology, barbing, catering, tiling and interlocking, automobile, aluminium, plumbing, fabrication and welding. The center, which are part of numerous making, soap making, makeup artistry, event planning, painting, drawing, weaving, and shoemaking. As noted by Princess Adejoke Orilokwe Adefulire, to achieve the cardinal objectives of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, which is to improve the economy, secure the country, and to stamp out corruption in the society, the youth must be encouraged to use their hands to work for a living and to shun crime, as a crime-free society is one that its youth are productively engaged, will lead to poverty eradication, with 9, 16, and 17, respectively.
Number of unemployed engaged to use their hands to work for a living and to shun all crimes. A crime-based Yenegua that we are commissioning employer and the achievement of respectively. I am therefore convinced that our youth, when empowered with right skill, can transform their livelihood and contribute meaningfully to the economy of this country.
Princess Adejoke emphasized that the federal, in the bid to ensure that no Nigerian is left, that when the youth and women implement this noble gesture by engaging negative impact on the society.
And furnish these facilities. On a personal note, some people, both male and female, that appear to be trained at this entrepreneurship center to consider themselves lucky and to use this opportunity wisely so that in no time you can all be employer of labor and thereby contributing positively to the socio-economic development of our great country and Bayelsa State in particular.
Princess Orilokwe Adefulire, in concluding, appreciated the Bayelsa State Governor for his commitment and ongoing support to the implementation of the SDGs in the state and urged beneficiaries of such interventions to take advantage of them to achieve the intended purposes. While unveiling the landmark projects, the governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Doye Diri, who described the multiple projects as worthwhile, said the projects are ones that will have direct impacts on the socio-economic reality of the community. The governor expressed delight on the benefit of the projects to the residents, saying that the project, designed to improve the livelihood and earning capacity of beneficiaries, will go a long way in the efforts of the state to raise youth that will become entrepreneurs instead of waiting for white-collar jobs that are not available.
We are doing this together for us to reduce poverty, for us to reduce hunger, for us to have our children go into skills acquisition. That is a paradigm shift in our policy in education. We are moving away from paper qualification to skills acquisition. And that's why we must continue to partner with you. As a state government, we are building 8 new technical colleges. And all of these colleges will be fully equipped. And so it follows that we are all thinking about our people. Rather than somebody graduating for 10 years and has no job, looking for a job, let the person become an employer of labor. In other countries, we have seen graduates who have skills and they use those skills to earn a living, even better than the paper qualification that they have. And we must now start to emulate most of these things that we travel out to see which we are not implementing here. And that's why, Your Excellency, I'm very happy with you, with the level of partnership and collaboration.
On behalf of the good people of Bayelsa State and the government of the states, I hereby call the state in this facility for the use of mankind, in particular the youth of this state and this country, for the glory of God, in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Despite the colossal disruption to the global economic development and advancement staged by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Nigerian government has continued to make remarkable efforts at initiating and executing various pro-poor and pro-development projects across the country, aimed at helping Nigerians cushion the dragging effects of the pandemic, as well as closing the implementation gap and fast-tracking the actualization of sustainable development goals in Nigeria. In healthcare delivery, leaving no one behind implies that issues of health inequalities is addressed by promoting universal health coverage to ensure that people, especially in rural areas, obtain the health services they need without suffering hardship. It also includes health protection, promotion, prevention, treatment, rehabilitation, and palliation.
Agenda 2030. As a successor framework for the Millennium Development Goals, the global community rolled out a bigger, deeper, and more encompassing framework called the Sustainable Development Goals, designed to transform our world, lift the poor out of poverty, as well as ensure inclusive and healthy society. On Agenda 2030, we'll take you on a media trip to the global destination of the future we want. With everyone on board, we focus on the people and their struggle, the civil society and their agitations, the government and her development effort, the Global Development Agenda, its 17 goals and 169 targets. We bring you all the deliberations, insightful conversations, and high-level partnerships on the road to global destination. Agenda 2030, showing on this channel. Agenda 2030, leaving no one behind.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
And welcome to another amazing edition of your weekend.
I'm telling you, oh, it has to be heat and it has to be steamy, it has to be hot. But we've decided that, somebody has to tell a story that is family oriented.
I'm not sure how to fight you.
Welcome to another edition of Talking Movie.
Ethan was everyone he ever cared about.
See, when you say pour out, you can't call water. See, you don't excavate water.
This is a #1 program, Gallery.
Do you love to gist or gossip?
It is extremely wrong. And we cannot take it.
Hello everyone, welcome to another exciting episode of Whip and Grill.
Welcome to the Slant today, where we say it as it is and we get to enjoy ourselves talking about
various things that are happening in our society.
The person celebrate a breakup like this.
Beyond 6 packs. So your job still remains as the man. To protect the woman, to project the woman. You need to do that.
Although social media as a channel of communication is inherently harmless, it becomes harmful and damaging when used without discretion and thoughtfulness. Bad social media users spread rumors and fake news without verification. But good social media users stop, reflect, and verify information before sharing it. Be a good social media user. Stop the spread of fake news. Verify the authenticity of your source and use social media responsibly for a better Nigeria. This message is brought to you by the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, in collaboration with the National Orientation Agency.
Information is power. Everyone wants power. So feel powerful with the NTA News mobile app, the one-stop information center. Real news at your fingertip. Be the first to report by uploading first-hand information on the You Report link, and be the first to know by simply clicking on any of the links on the sidebar for head.
Hello and welcome to the news update at 11. The Federal Executive Council has approved the second phase of the National Sugar Master Plan 2023 to 2033. This is aimed at enhancing the development of the nation's sugar industry towards achieving self-sufficiency in sugar production. Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Niyi Adebayo, announced this while briefing journalists after the council's meeting, presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari.
We are hoping that as a result of this phase 2, we'll be able to create 110,000 jobs from it. We are hopeful that Nigeria will be able to produce 1.7 to 1.8 billion metric tons of sugar a year, thus eliminating the $350 million that we spent on the importation of raw sugar. We are hoping to produce 161 million liters of ethanol annually, which will thus eliminate $65.8 million of ethanol imports annually.
A high-powered National Council on Climate Change has been inaugurated with a mandate to formalize appropriate policies towards achieving green growth and sustainable economic development for Nigeria. President Buhari performed the ceremony before the commencement of the Federal Executive Council meeting.
We cannot ignore what is happening in our local environment. The increasing reoccurrence of floods in several parts of the country is a wake-up call. Let me, at this point, reiterate the determination of this administration to strengthen our national response to climate change and accelerate the implementation of decisive actions to reduce its impacts on our people and our economy.
The federal government has declared Monday, October 3rd, 2022 as public holiday to mark the nation's 62nd independence anniversary celebration. In a statement, the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, congratulates all Nigerians on this year's celebration and assures them of government's commitment to tackling all the challenges facing the nation. The minister admonishes Nigerians to use the occasion of the celebration to reflect on the challenges facing the nation and the role individuals can play in addressing them. He therefore urged all Nigerians to work together with the current administration in its quest to ensure a better Nigeria for all. The minister urged Nigerians to shun violence, be security conscious, and report all suspicious persons or activities to the nearest security agency as well as through the N-Alert application on Android and iOS for prompt response. Well, that's an update of the news for now. We thank you for staying with us.
This is the network service of the NTA.
Every artistic baker is motivated by the desire to create a concept, not having a mind to compete with others. And if you're exceptional at what you do, you can't be ignored. This is Baker's World on the network service of the NTA, your #1 baking show on television. I'm glad to have you join us. I am Funke Oyele.
We have an exciting lineup for you today on Baker's World. We'll be sharing with you a lemon sponge cake recipe. Our guest is a Wilton Method instructor who has been in the cake making business for decades. And you certainly won't want to miss our gist of the week on Baker's World. We are set to educate, inform, and inspire you today on the show. Don't go anywhere. Do stay with us. Our guest baker is a resourceful, calm, and super creative cake artist. Ibironke Adelokun is an indigene of Okitipupa local government area in Ondo State. She was born on November 30th. Ibironke Adelokun is a graduate of catering and hotel management from the Yaba College of Technology, third of cake decorating. She is the creative director of Flourishing Best Confectionery, Abuja. Join us as we chat with this soft-spoken and result-oriented cake maker, Ibironke Adelokun.
You're welcome to Baker's World.
Thank you very much.
You chose to go into hotel and catering management as a course to study. How did this come about?
As a child, I loved anything food. And I just, I believe it was God that worked it out because He just pushed me into that path. So everything I do, so long as it's connected to food, I do with ease, no struggles. So that made me know that was just my path. So I really easily fitted in.
From that young girl that loved baking, cooking and making pastries to the professional baker that you are,
the Vice President, the Secretary to Government, the Federation, my colleagues, the federal ministers, the head of service, permit me please to adopt the already very expertly established protocol. I want to formally welcome you all to this public lecture, which is being held as part of the activities marking the 62nd anniversary of Nigeria's independence. The topic of the lecture is Elites and National Unity, and it will be delivered by an experienced academic and public servant, a former head of service of the Federation, Professor Oladapo Afolabi, OOA, CFR. President Muhammadu Buhari has consistently spoken of the important role of the elite in fostering national unity and development. He believes very strongly that the elite constitutes a powerful and influential bloc. Hence, their voices must be heard and stringently too on national issues. The President believes that the elite, in view of their exposure and placing in society, also have a role to play in forging national unity and in putting national issues in proper perspective. On the issue of insecurity, for example, Mr. President has consistently expressed the belief that Nigerians would have better understood the challenges of insecurity and the administration's untiring remedial efforts as the elite lend their voices by putting in perspective what the administration met on ground in 2015 when it came in and what it has been able to do to restore peace and security, especially in the face of insurgency in the Northeast. When the administration came into office, most parts of the Northeast were inaccessible due to the activities of Boko Haram terrorists, who occupied a territory the size of Belgium, imposed and collected taxes, deposed and installed emirs. Schools, finance houses, and businesses were shut. Roads were inaccessible. Today, the situation has changed for the better, and it is self-evident. In recent times, the activities of bandits, kidnappers, and unknown gunmen, just like hate speech and careless rhetorics from a section of the polity, have also put the nation's security and unity to the test. But thanks to the purposeful leadership of President Muhammadu Buhari and his unfaltering belief in the capacity and ability of our armed forces, the worst is over. And thanks to Mr. President's unwavering belief that Nigeria is better and stronger as one indivisible nation, we continue to forge ahead. But we all, as Nigerians, and the elite in particular, have a great role to play in safeguarding our nation's unity. What is that role? Where did the elites come in? These and other questions are expected to be answered by our distinguished guest speaker, Professor Oladapo Afolabi, in today's lecture. I urge us all to listen attentively and to enjoy our 62nd Independence Anniversary lecture on the topic Elites and National Unity. Once again, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all, and I thank you for your very kind attention.
May I suggest we give a more resounding applause to the address of the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are honored by a guest speaker that he himself is an elite, a respected academic who metamorphosed to become an accomplished bureaucrat. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor and privilege to invite Professor Ladako Afolabi, a foremost biochemist and one of the leading lights in applied biochemistry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Professor Ladako A. Afolabi, OON CFR, former head of the Civil Service of the Federation, is the guest speaker for this year. Let's give him a round of applause as he takes the floor.
Good morning, sirs. Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Secretary Government of the Federation, Ministers here present, my constituency, the head of service and permanent secretaries, other distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, gentlemen of the press. I'm quite really honored that I'm invited to give a lecture on an occasion like this. The 62nd Independence Anniversary Week lecture. I want to thank you all for deeming me fit to deliver such a lecture. 2 days' time, Nigeria will be 62. Well, I will say I'm privileged to also have carried the flag in 1960. To be part of those who ushered in Nigerian independence. So I'm very happy to be alive. So congratulations. What do you do on your birthday, or your birthday week, or when you want to celebrate birthday? Of course, you wine and dine, but most people will find time to reflect on where we are coming from, where we are now, and perhaps where we want to be. So I'm quite happy that today we found time in the celebration to reflect a bit, and I think this is the purpose of this lecture. Congratulations and kudos to the organizers. Once again, I'd like to heartily congratulate Nigerians from all walks of life, from our president and CNC, the entire political class, statesmen, the intellectual, Nigerians in diaspora, the young and the old. Happy 62nd anniversary. With the full recognition that history of civilization is indeed significantly the biography of the elites class. It is not difficult for me to come to terms with how apt the topic of the anniversary is. Permit me, however, to celebrate the labor of our heroes and the giant strands of the Nigerian elite corps across generations in fighting for independence, in the regional infrastructural wonders since independence, in fighting to keep Nigeria one as and overall, in keeping hope alive up till now, in spite of challenging times that our nation has passed and is passing through. What I intend to do in this anniversary discourse is to restate the immense responsibility the Nigerian elite, which concept I will proceed to elaborate shortly, have, and in getting Nigeria out of the crisis state it is struggling to exit at 62. Quite early in this discourse, let me unburden my heart on a topic not before me, but gives me a lot of concern. As we move inexorably into the defining year of 2023, the concern revolves around lack of strong and coherent ideological framework around which political power can serve as a firm machinery for getting the objectives of nation building and development working. This raises the critical question: what are national ideological lines along which we can begin to recalibrate Nigerian development? It's a topic for another day, but I would like to place it on the table. At this point, let me get into the discourse. The topic given to me to speak, elite and national unity, though short titled, carries with it two heavy concepts in need of elaboration. I've chosen to break it down granularly, and so that we can explore the nexus between them in order for us to adequately confront the issue that is before us. There's the need for a clear definition of the concepts involved. How do I do this? I'm a bit... Okay. IT. What do I do? Okay. Do you want to do it from there? Okay, but I'll just say next slide and do it. So I've dimensioned the presentation to introduction and tried to define who an elite is, and when a nation building as first step to unity and way forward, and a bit of postscript. The word elite, so you can go to slide elite. The word elite has several connotations and definitions. From Harold Laswell to Patrick Chabal, and down to recent scholarship on elite, as can be found in one by Onoa, which says elites are those who are located at the apex of any society, and as a result, determine the process and outcomes in the political, economic, social, religious, and other spheres. In political and sociological theory, the word elite is defined as a small group, take note of the word small, made up of powerful persons, but who hold a disproportionate amount of wealth, privilege, political power, or skills in society. They are also understood to be people, organizations who are considered to be the best or most powerful compared to others of a similar type. Indeed, American sociology C.S. Mills submitted that members of the elite accept and are aware of their essential and powerful position of importance and roles in society. Due to this understanding, as a rule of their operation, the elite accept one another, understand one another, marry one another, tend to work and to think, if not together, at least alike, in a well-regulated existence. There are many definitions of elite, and many of them come from the perspective of your location, France, in America, in Italy, etc. In all these definitions, the most recurrent index or the features of elite is the prime place occupied by them, as well as the power in the hands of its members. This power can be used for the benefit or destruction of the society. The elite theory is the most potent explainer with which one can understand how power reactions or how power relations is configured in society, and indeed power relations in contemporary society. It explains such issues as how some people have tremendous and indeed overwhelming hold on what happens in the environment. In every society, the elite constitute a very tiny fraction of the totality of the people. As said earlier, the elites are very powerful and entrust on themselves the power to allocate values to the rest of the society. It must have been what motivated Mitchell in 1999 to formulate his notorious iron law of oligarchy in his book. When applied to the social political situation in Nigeria, Segun Aregbesola quantified the population of this tiny fraction of the Nigerian elite as 5% of the Nigerian population. I think it's lower than that, maybe 2%. Despite all this academic, sophisticated and fancy elaboration and definition, I will attempt a very crude definition of elite. This is my formulation. That is a small group which God created to hold in trust the fabrics of the society, ensure its well-being in the present and in future, use the resource responsibly for all, just as the head is to our body. Elite is part and parcel of God's design. Elites are universal in concept and practice, and are in every societal structure. It is in the character and worthy of note that about 80% of the wealth of society, if not more, human and material, are in custody of the elite. It was designed by God himself that there will be a leadership group, which we call elite. Generally, there are 3 ways or 3 routes to membership of this club. It's either by birth, by providence, or by dint of hard work and breaking the ceiling, and sometimes rough play. You can become elite through many other paths. Thus, the question to ask here is, what are the expectations of elite and good elite, good leaders? Because elites are in charge of the resources, they are expected to spread them so that the less privileged will not be excluded. By spreading the resources to the people, the elite will be creating the middle class, and perhaps inadvertently a narrow low class, which in turn ensures a stable society. We can almost boldly say that the American civilization has lasted this long because of the breadth of the middle class. The narrower the middle class, the likely the instability and collapse of that society. Elite must creatively bring joy to the faces of the downtrodden Though the lower class is not so endowed, they must be taken care of so that they can have the main necessities of life: food, clothing, shelter, and education in a secured and prosperous environment. So let me go back to classroom a bit to prescribe what will be the ingredients that elite will need to really play its role or meet its expectations. I submit that at least two very cogent characteristics and properties. One, good governance. Two, good leadership. So I will spend a bit of time on these two topics. Please, next slide. So, good governance, there are many definitions of good governance, but I tried again to reduce it into practical terms, which is assuring participation in management of resources. Assuring participation in management of the resources by the people for the people. So it's all about people and participation. So if you really do have good governance, what are the importance? One, it will encourage a stable society because it belongs to all, we are all in it. And it encourages others to want to invest in your society or your community. Then you also have effective resource utilization. You have assurance of benefits to the citizenry, willingness of citizenry to participate and contribute to national development. I know a few years ago, people are really reluctant to pay taxes. But when they started seeing what these taxes are doing, it was no longer too difficult for people to pay tax. So that's benefit of good governance. And of course, assurances of consequences for bad behavior. And in good governance, I mean, you need to bring out the stick as well and deal with outliers, those who fall out of line. Well, just briefly to remind ourselves, what are the principles of good governance? One is there must be rule of law, and there must be adherence to it. Accountability, rendering account, transparency, conflict of interest avoidance, integrity, efficiency and effectiveness, social accountability, code of conduct which we establish for ourselves whenever we say these are ethics and values we want to remain there in good governance, and independence of mind as well as a feedback mechanism. So please, next slide. The other ingredient that is required, leadership. Let me also spend a bit of time on my understanding of leadership and also what I would like all elites to understand also about leadership. Let's watch one small clip. Is some caricature of something. Try to play it and I will speak to it. Do you have some volume? Give it some volume there. you're right. I know you can. Okay. I don't know if you understand it, but and as they were celebrating the reunion, they found that a trawler boat has caught the mother and other school of in the school of fish, and the baby fish was worried that this mother, the one in blue, must be released. So they thought of what to do, and the little child said that if I go in, I can find a solution. The father said, no. Said, what I will do is when I go in, I'll tell them to keep swimming down. If they keep swimming down, they increase the thrust, the net will burst, and then they have their salvation. The father was persuaded, so took up the championship, told everybody in there, keep swimming, keep swimming. They swam, increased the energy and their thrust, the net burst, and there was salvation, freedom, everybody. So what do we think of leadership then? So I try to define leadership as an activity wherein you have a visionary who persuades all of them to do the work. You put the work back to the people for the benefit of all. Is a simplified definition of leadership. Now, this series of slides, they really don't belong to me as such. It's from a former dean of Kennedy School of Government at Harvard. But I've since adopted and amended, but I must give him recognition here. But it's first understanding the concept of leadership itself, apart from the definition. Where does the word leadership derive from? It's from an Indo-European word, lead, which is go forth to die. Go forth to die. So the moment you become an elite, you should know that things you do are not comfortable things. There are things that come with it a lot of risk. Nobles, they were leading wars. In fact, if you go to Cairo today, if they allow you to go to their museum, or you will find the skull of the Ramses II, the Pharaoh that pursued Moses, the Israelites, that he led that chase. Of course, he was killed. So that is really what is expected of leaders, to really lead. But we mix a lot of things. We get confused that leadership is authority. It is not. So I want us to differentiate that today. You see, when you go to the animal kingdom, you find the silverback gorilla in their colony. It leads. And what does it represent really is the authority there. It provides direction. It maintains order, protects the group, and also is a symbol of authority. I dare say to you, when you become leader, head of state, sometimes as low as permanent secretary, you start graying. Is because somehow there's some physiological connection with leadership and your physiology. Because we are really psychosomatic. Human beings are psychosomatic. But let's see, authority is okay when the environment is predictable and stable. When your society is closed, it's a closed system. When you don't have to do adaptive work, what is just technical work. But as we are in Nigeria, where it's a dynamic and turbulent environment, it's an open social system, and we need to do adaptive work. So authority is not what is required, it's leadership. Next slide, please. Also, I want to differentiate a bit between what is real leadership, real elite, and counterfeit leadership, counterfeit elite, or what, whether in Yoruba or outside, we call panda leadership, panda counterfeit leadership. So, you see what they do? They give a set force of tasks before the people. Next slide. Preoccupied and looter. Sometimes many of these, you find that they have actually come from self and really next. And this in peace learning on critical and adaptive challenges. So let's just spend a bit of moment on the 5 confusions of leadership with authority. One is that leadership is not authority. Leadership is not personality. Leadership is not knowledge. Leadership is not value free. That is, I can do whatever I like. You are bound by a set of values. And to do personal work, we are so focused that we only concentrate on what you want to achieve. But for a leader, you must have 360 degrees view. You must see round. Even when that is not where you're concentrating all your effort, they must be attended to. Next, please. So that we should be able to respond to shifting values. Values shift every day. For example, again, this is trying to simplify. You have the present generation and who are even in this room. They have moved from what we knew as our values. But we have kept criticizing these values. But whether we like it or not, the train is moving and they will leave us behind. But we can influence what will be the outcome of their present perception of values in a way that does not break the value system. So we should not stay aloof. We should be part of this shifting value system. It should be experimental. Okay? Here, you do not just accept the status quo. You must experiment with new things so that you can move the society beyond present. And of course, you should be able to perturb the system. This is not just enough to say, yeah, we are comfortable here. We don't want to do too much of rocking the system. We must rock the system as a leader for learning to take place. And of course, be creative and generative. Next slide. A leader must be able to do personal work. You don't just sit somewhere, files and things, so ideas are going up and down. You are just delegating everything. You must roll your sleeve up and be part of it. When issues come, you must be able to process it in a way that's not just the surface issues, so that you can propose solution. Then you must do purposeful work. It's not work for work. You must do purposeful work. And you must do strategic work. There is strategy required for success. You must be part of it. And of course, intervention work whenever it's required. You must be able to do that. Next, please. Just again, these people, for them to get to success. So, in summary, leaders get people to face reality. There are too many realities that we are not facing in Nigeria today. We must face them. Petrol subsidy, tertiary education free, health free. We must get the people to face reality where we are in terms of all of this. We must be able to orchestrate problem-solving process by giving work back to the people. When you have a lot of agitation or some issues that are not too clear, even in the head of the elite, we must find a way to get all stakeholders come and be part of this and to find solutions, just as everybody was told to swim down and find solutions. So you must be able to mobilize individuals and factions to make adjustments in values per space to produce an adaptation in the system. All of these on their own are things that we could spend a whole day discussing, but again, we pack them here just as snapshots. So we can ask ourselves what kind of elite we are. Next. So the next concept that I want to also tackle a bit before I particularize my discussion is nation. So when a nation. So before proceeding, you must, as we did with elite, make a conceptual clarification of the concept of nation and its associated concept, so as to be able to locate where Nigeria falls in the different definitions. The first in need of clarification is the concept of a state, and internationally recognized, and some other control the territories within their borders. That states monopolize certain functions within their territory, some of which include control of a legitimate use of force, promulgation of rules within their territory, among others. It is, however, the desire of states to become nations. So, when or what is a nation? By definition, a nation is a group of people who see themselves as a cohesive and coherent unit based on shared cultural or historical criteria. Nations are not given by nature, but are a product of social constructed units. They can equally be classified and defined as imagined communities that are woven together by notions of unity. They can be bound around religion, ethnic identity, language, cultural practice, and many other cohesive features and symbols like education, national interest, among others. The concept and practice of nationhood are so unique that nations most often ignore political boundaries. With this, a single nation may spill over identified boundaries into multiple states. An example is the Fulani nation, or Yoruba nation, or the Igbo nation. The former found in West Africa, from Central African Republic in the east to the Atlantic coast in the west are concentrated principally in Nigeria, Mali, Central Africa, Guinea, Senegal, Nigeria, while affinity with Yoruba nationhood can be found also in Benin Republic and Togo. The underlying unifying criteria for nationhood are spiritual and go beyond physical identifiable features. It is such that in a state, there can be an aggregation of many nations, such as we have in Nigeria, Palestine, and others. In fact, Walter Connor in 1990 challenged the conceived ideas of nationhood by maintaining that nations are mass phenomena which do not exist unless the masses acquire national consciousness. In this wise, before a people can be classified as a nation, they must be aware that they are united by a common ancestry. A nation is one where the people share common ancestry, common worldviews, culture, and several other qualifications which together form the character of nationhood. With the above features and definitions, it is apparent that if applied to Nigeria, what we have is a disparate people with over 250 ethnic groups, different cultures, different languages, different worldviews. This cannot be sustained as a typology of nationhood. However, nationhood is a continuous state of being exercised that a people can attain. It is this possibility of a state becoming a nation that gave birth to the concept of nation building as a process of forging unity. Nation building is an apparent recognition of a state as different from a nation, by which its people are agreed that the desirable qualities of nationhood can be aspired to as to achieve the features and characteristics of nationhood. So I submit that nationhood is an aspiration, and we are aspiring to also be a good nation. Nation building is the direct struggle of nation state which covers the attributes of a nation. In direct terms, nation building has been defined as the act of constructing or structuring national identity through the power of state. The major aim of nation building is to unify people who live in a state for the purpose of the stability and viability of the state. In his definition of nation building, Harris Milonas in 2021 defines it as a legitimate authority in modern national states which is connected to popular rule and to majorities. Nation building is a process through which these majorities are constructed. There are many other things and symbols and exercises and things we can do to ensure the nation building. This could include government programs, press, awareness, some physical attempts like the unity symbols, like the flag, national anthem, national stadium, national sports team, national identity card, and so on and so forth. Mayonnaise also further suggested that for a functional understanding of achieving unity through nation building, attempts must be made to factor in the role played by economic and social factors. We know that elites of Great Britain, France, and United States played major roles in the country's developmental national spirit. With the robust participation of the elite, those countries were able to forge national unity. The participation of this important crop of citizens was what helped to galvanize more people to participate in the process of building their nations. And I must say that each nation state, aware of its geographically diverse, ethnically diverse people, create native answers to their developmental programs, which may not be identical or comparable in other locales. again is that we should not just be copycats. We should customize our issues and our solutions. This difference may be as a result of differences in underlying conditions of their countries. It is also pertinent to note that nation building is a continuous process and not a copycat exercise. The nation building experience of Rwanda should be a model to interrogate and should be interrogated for adaptation by ethnically diverse peoples of the world. While delivering the 2010 Oppenheimer lecture, Rwandan President Paul Kagame tackled head-on issues pertaining to Africa, leadership, genocide, and nation building. He submitted that nation building is a long and challenging political process, which involves leaders and the citizenry, and which all of them must collectively undertake with seriousness. Yes, Kagame is a success story, but my opinion is that mentoring for replacement over time should be part of nation building. Leaders should not stay too long on the throne. Success in such a situation could be just piece of the graveyard. It collapses soon after departure of the principal. Kagame also submitted in his lecture some ingredients belonging based on shared values, tradition, history, and aspiration, national identity of government, expectations of service delivery. He also feels that economic development should be part of ingredients to ensure and assure nation building. Like it is really led to their disintegration. Of course, we know this 3-year war, Biafra, the one in Somalia today, and also the Ethiopian-Eritrean war. In these countries, especially Rwanda, which has collaboration with the elite, so the current post-colonial and the introduction of ethnic to be in quote regional, but largely along ethnic lines, quickly were occupied. When the political formation came, Action Group, NTA, NPC, these were regional, seriously regional political parties based on ethnic affinity. And this was what the colonial masters encouraged. Divide and rule. Ethnic bias, ethnically biased, prejudice stories. These are the things. And this is what today's elites have accepted, adopted, and is comfortable. When we go back to what I say as attributes of leadership, we know that there is no way we can remain in this comfort zone and we'll be expecting a unified Nigeria. So the Nigeria of our dream, the Nigeria nation, not the Nigeria nation state, Nigeria nation, which we aspire to, will require that we test out all the attributes of good leadership. We must be ready to do the work. We must be ready to perturb the system. We must be ready to face reality. We must be ready to learn. And we must seriously be ready to do the work. It's a lot of work. I want to say also that since 2015, when the current administration came into office, there seems to have been a huge deconstruction of its activities by the elite in Nigeria. We are all in it too. Indeed, the elite have contributed negatively and significantly to the crisis of the Nigerian state. This, the elites have done by selfish exploitation of ethnic and religious differences and the fourth line contours of colonial spatial inheritance to promote their economy and political interests at the detriment of nation building. Because, as said earlier, the elite is so consequential in the running of a state. Indeed, being labeled as a government outside of government, the elite activities aimed at cementing the one fabrics of Nigerian state and its nation-building overtures have been attacked by the Nigerian elite. This, no doubt, is responsible for the general inclement weather and uncooperative attitude of the people to government. Rather than contribute to or be part of the pursuit of issues that will lead to building a nation, the elite have engrossed themselves in engaging in negative and destructive competition among one another. This is mostly done in their quest for spatial relevance and in the bid to acquire wealth. There are even allegations that many of us align with foreign allies against governments of the country. I think I've whined enough, I've complained enough, I've done all sorts of things. But the thing to ask is, what is the way forward? And I want to submit, as articulated by President Kagame in that lecture, that task of nation building is a joint effort. It cannot be achieved by governments alone. Government must continue to bend over backwards to reach out to the various elites in Nigeria. The consequences of this elite aloofness or non-inclusion to nation-building efforts of government are catastrophic, either now or in the future. To avoid the impending crisis, I will submit and recommend that Nigerian elite must do the following. Realize that the national boat is comparable to the biblical Jonah's boat, which, if it capsizes, will not make a distinction in its destruction. As such, all hands must be on deck. Government must bend over backwards to find the Jonahs in his boat who have not cooperated with it and cut them as a matter of urgency. Government must ensure the buy-in of its nation-building efforts by partnering with critical elite groups in society. Government, rather than embarking on itself, should enlist these elite groups to be ones blowing the trumpet of its nation-building efforts. Most importantly, nation-building efforts must be done in all sincerity and in utmost fairness. Trust staffing leadership. Institutions are in decline. Anything goes, and anybody can do it. Syndrome is in dominance. Generational entitlement and prejudice are in prominence. Fear of God is amiss. This is the fallacy of Nigeria's situation. We need to urgently fix this. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we should not feel bad listening to this. Nation building is an aspiration. Unity is called to this. If I may indulge myself, I would like to submit that by definition, USA, Britain, France are aspiring nations. Therefore, I will say we're in good company. Thank you very much for listening.
Can I have a seat? Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we give a more resounding applause? Evidently, the successful foray of Professor Afolabi into bureaucracy and civil service did not take a bit out of his intellectual bent as a professor. He taught with visual aids as expected of a down-to-earth teacher. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, he deserves another round of applause. The body of his message evidently will have evoked some serious questions. And he stood briefly if indeed there are some questions that he may be requested to answer. I wonder what His Excellency will allow, whether Professor Afolabi should take some questions or we proceed. Okay, thank you very much, sir. His Excellency, the Vice President, has approved that some good questions will be put at. All right, thank you. I was getting a wrong signal from His Excellency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have just taken the lecture from our orator and a distinguished academic, Professor Afolabi. May I now very humbly invite the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, who incidentally is also the Chairman of the Planning Committee.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, SAN, GCON, the Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, who is the Chairman of the Subcommittee on Media and Publicity, and other members of the Federal Executive Council here present, the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Emeson, Permanent Secretaries and Heads of the Federal or Heads of the MDAs here present, representatives of the first, the Chief of Defense Staff and the Service Chiefs, and other heads of paramilitary agencies, our guest speaker and former head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Professor Oladapo Afolabi, CFR. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, we are present, distinguished members of the Academia, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. My task this morning is very simple, and that is just to tell you thank you. And as simple as it is expected that at least I thank you in a more formal way. In the next couple of days, precisely 2-3 days, Nigeria would turn 62 as a nation. I fall within the same category of persons who were born before independence. So, my father was a school teacher. I took the liberty when they were waving Nigerian flag at independence. So, I'm a privileged person like Professor Afolabi and some of us. It's been a long journey, checkered sometimes, but it has been a great experience of the evolution of our country and the desire of our people to build a nation where peace and justice reigns. It's not always been rosy as a country, so has it been with most countries of the world. Our democracy is still emerging, and it is emerging fast and being caught in the wave of globalization. So I totally agree with the content of the speech or the lecture that was delivered this afternoon. But the key factor that will drive our attainment of a nationhood as a country is what the elites do, because they are the ones that provide the direction and leadership. One of the biggest problems that I know has militated against harmony and the growth of our nation is the issue of trust deficiency. And that I can say is one of the biggest responsibilities of the elite class. We are the ones that have created that trust deficiency to the extent that the followership in this country are suspect of what government says and what government does. Because we have always manipulated the thinking, we have always manipulated the actions in a particular tendency that would always suit us as the elite class. And the people are wondering, yes, next year there will be a general election, but does it really matter? Are they not all the same? And we must consciously begin to have some introspection as members of the elite class in this country. If not, very soon the people of this country will have no other alternative but to jettison the elite class and create for themselves what model of the consciousness of the nation should look like, circulated to people so that we can look at this. I think some of the things that were raised and the questions and the solutions or the way forward that you have proffered. Now back to my sole assignment. I wish to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency the Vice President. Here is Dr. Fola will be his appearance in events preceding the actual celebration, which is always on the 1st of October. He has participated in a very... To my brother and friend, Alhaji Muhammad, he has been chaired for the last 5 years. This will be our 5th celebration under my chairmanship as the chairman of the interministerial committee. He has consistently chaired the Media and Publicity Committee. We thank you for the great job that you have done in the life. Other members of the Federal Executive Council that are here, it's a great honor to have you because we are celebrating our nation and we are celebrating what we've been able to achieve as a government in the last 8 years. So thank you for coming. The permanent secretaries, the head of the civil service of the Federation, thank you so much for effective leadership of the civil service. And along with the permanent secretaries who have done very well in ensuring all the committees that they serve and service have adequately been taken care of. For the members of the armed forces, thank you so much. You're always in attendance at these events, dressed in their military uniforms, giving us the confidence that we are secured. So thank you for that. For our friends in the diplomatic community, we want to thank that at every given time, even when today we handle it with the rank of the esteem in which you all our nation and the effective representation that we are giving to our in our nation. And we acknowledge that. Thank you. The members of the interim interministerial committee who are serving at different levels. It is with a hard feeling because we are coming to the closing time of our activities. We still have the two atmospheres and a lecture in the mosque at 10 o'clock, and the two my friends. Saturday the anniversary walk, which is the 7 a.m. broadcast by the President of the nation, which will be his last as a sitting president. And thereafter 10 o'clock, there will be the national parade at the square. So probably this is a very good place to say thank you. The members that have worked seriously with us to ensure that all the planning, the programs are executed in a manner that meets the excellence and professionalism. To say that as we draw down on the tenure of this administration, this will be my last opportunity serving as the chair of the this time next year, no other person will decide. Thank you and God bless you.
That was the vote of thanks given by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation and Chairman Interministerial Committee, Boss Mustafa. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I now most respectfully invite His Excellency Professor Yemi Osibajo, SEN GCON, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his remarks.
Thank you very much. Please sit. Mr. Boss Mustafa, I'm chair of the Interministerial Committee on the 62nd Independence Anniversary Celebrations. The Honorable Minister of Information and Culture, Alhaji Lai Mohammed, and other members of the Federal Executive Council present, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Dr. Folashade Yemi, permanent secretaries, heads of government agencies and parastatals present, the representatives of service chiefs and other heads of government paramilitary agencies present, our guest speaker and former head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Professor Oladapo Afolabi, Your Excellencies of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished members of the chairman of the Interministerial Committee and SGM. In thanking and commending our guest lecturer, Professor Oladapo Afolabi, who, as we've seen, is not just a leading light in biochemistry, but also a leading public intellectual, and one who has spent a great deal of time reflecting on issues of governance and national development. And it's very evident from his lecture that he has spent a great deal of time thinking about these issues and not just thinking about it, but putting his thoughts into writing. And when a subject like this is discussed, of course, it often raises a fair amount of emotion. But I'm happy that he has delivered this with so much wit, so much humor, and so much experience that we've all enjoyed the presentation very much, and I believe we've all learned a great deal. And there are quite a few issues which he has raised, and I think that, just as been said, we will all, I hope, get copies of this lecture, and I'm sure that we can all get emails of it, even if we don't get hard copies, we can get electronic versions of this. But I think that a lot of what he has said is very important, and we ought to, have an opportunity, especially those of us who are seated in this room. Every one of us clearly qualifies to be described as the elite in the Nigerian society, without a doubt, including the press who are here. Everyone qualifies to be described as that elite. And from his definition, we certainly qualify. There are a few issues which he's mentioned, which I think I would like to just elaborate on just slightly. For instance, the question of national unity, the unity of diverse tribes, faiths, and classes in society. And I think he makes a very excellent point that we're not the only country that is diverse in tribe or faiths or in classes. So this is not a peculiar problem. We're not the only country that has these sorts of problems. In fact, the latest explosion on account of diversity of that sort was Rwanda, where over 1 million people were slaughtered. And of course, we know the experience thereafter and what has happened since. So this is not peculiar to us, And I think that he's made the point very well, that the way by which a country then becomes united is that it is only possible if there is a deliberate effort by law, by policies, by conventions, to create the basis for that unity. There must be a deliberate effort to create the basis for the unity. The components of that basis include equity, justice, the rule of law, accountability, and he describes it and I like the description that he used. Enforcement of consequences for bad behavior, which is how he describes it. That there must be enforcement of consequences for bad behavior, equal access to opportunity, a fair basis for government appointments, intentional programs for the poor, the weak, the vulnerable, and those who cannot work. So the social investment programs and those few statements that Professor Afolabi made, the problematic of a lack of ideological framework for our political parties, which the SGF also very ably summed up to say that, well, sometimes it looks like there isn't much of a difference between the two. But I think that something that is clear is that there's a deep tension that exists between, not just between tribes, faiths, and all of that, but between those who have and those who do not have. The gap between the elite and those who are not. And that gap is one that we have to look at very, very carefully, because yes, we sometimes want to cover it up in tribe, or religion, and all of that. But there is a real tension between those who have and those who do not have. So the poor in Jibia, in Katsina, or in Binji, or Bodinga, in Sokoto, or Zurmi, Maradun, somewhere in Zamfara, or Anyocha North, or South in Delta, are the same. They have the same needs. They want food, shelter, and clothing. So the real question that the elite have to answer is, how do we ensure that there is equity? How do we ensure that there are equal opportunities? How do we ensure that these tensions do not blow over, just as LGF has said? That there's a problem. There's a real problem there. And I think elitism, as Professor Afolabi points out, confers privilege. There are rights that no one else has. Privilege ordinarily comes with responsibility, and I think he made that point eloquently. That privilege comes with responsibility. We who are the elite are a privileged class, but privilege comes with a responsibility. It's the French who describe it in the words noblesse oblige, the responsibility of privilege. There is a privilege that comes with who we are as the elite. The first responsibility, and I want to suggest that the first responsibility of the elite is sacrifice. Sacrifice. The ability to make sacrifices on behalf of the communities that they represent. As Prof described it, is from the etymology of leadership. He says it means go forth to die. Go forth to die. That is the original etymology of leadership. People who are prepared to make sacrifice, even if it's not the ultimate sacrifice, people who are prepared to sacrifice on behalf of their communities. That readiness to sacrifice is so important. Now, the temptation for the elite is to seek benefit only and not to sacrifice. That's the temptation that we have as the elite, whether we're political elite, religious elite, or the intellectual elite. The point is that the temptation always is to seek benefit for ourselves. I'll take an example. Let's just say a national program for young people. We have a national program for young people called NPA. Job opportunities for 500,000 or 1 million young men and women. Now, there are two options. We either allow the program to run fairly and justly, to apply so that young people can apply from wherever they are in this country, and they have a fair chance of being selected for that program. That's a possibility. The second possibility, the alternative, is for the elite in government, either in the executive, the legislature, or perhaps in the judiciary, to say, let us give ourselves slots. Let's give ourselves slots. So you, in the National Assembly, take 500. We, in the executive, take X number of people. When we give ourselves slots, it is because we're not prepared to make the sacrifice that would enable these young people to say, I belong to a country where there's equal opportunities. But we want these young people to believe in the country. We want them to believe that they belong to a country. We want a united country. But we're not prepared to make the sacrifice that is required. So the moment I become a minister or PAMSEC or director, or the moment I become a member of the House of Representatives or a senator, I believe that I have certain rights and privileges and I must maximize them. In maximizing them, I jeopardize the basis for national unity, equal opportunities for all. The president, when we started the Empower program, one day the president called, President Muhammadu Buhari, president called, and said, something happened this morning. He said, I was listening to the Hausa BBC service, and two young men called from Bauchi State. They said, we applied for the Empower program, and we didn't know anybody, and we were taken. They are just accepted, and we have started receiving our salaries. Thank you, Baba Buhari. He told me this story himself. This was in 2017 or 2018, I can't remember. And he said, look, if this is possible, then all these young people can truly begin to believe in this country. That there was a time when you would apply for things and you would get them. So the truth of the matter is that these things are possible, but they're only possible if the elite is prepared to make the sacrifice. The story of successful societies is really quite simple. It's usually how the story of the society's elite, its best educated, its political class, its religious class, influence and direct and lead their societies to progress. Put differently, every successful society is the product of a conscious elite consensus. The implicit and explicit agreements of the elite to change their societies for good. But the elite must be prepared to make the sacrifices for the benefit of everyone. When we look at the great charters of society, the great charters of human rights, the Magna Carta, many, many centuries ago, the American Declaration of Independence, the enthronement of the rule of law, justice according to law, the introduction of welfare programs, free education, progressive taxation. These were products of an elite consensus in those nations. But the consensus is not always out of altruism. And I'm saying that the elite does not have to be saints. It's not just out of because we are good people. No, it is also out of self-preservation. The elite must recognize that the reason why we even make some of these sacrifices is not because we are necessarily good people. No, all of those who drafted the American Declaration of Independence, Magna Carta, etc., were not the best people. No, some of them were criminals, some of them were corrupt, some of them were cheats, they were doing all sorts of, but they realized that for society to remain together, for society to work, if they would not be completely destroyed, they had to make the sacrifices that were important. Most of the political and bureaucratic players were people from the best schools, but in those societies, there was corruption also, there was abuse of office, violation of the rights of others, but the elite kept their focus on the core values of society. Look at taxation, for example, progressive taxation. The elite could say that we will not pay taxes, only the poor will pay taxes. But they realized that in order to keep society together, the richer you are, the more tax you'd have to pay in absolute terms. So they created a progressive taxation system, not because they are nice people, generous people. They realized that if you don't create a system where everybody contributes, one day there'll be nothing to contribute. Everything will be destroyed by the same people who you are oppressing. Making sure that misconduct is punishable is so important. Wrongful conduct will not become the norm. In many of the societies, look at the rule of law, the questions of the rule of law. How do they come about the rule of law? How do we all agree that we will allow a certain set of people to be called judges and they can send us to jail or even say that we should be executed and killed? And the elite have to say, all of us will be subject to the law, all, no exceptions. How did they come about that? They could have said, only some will be tried before the courts. We who are the elite will not subject ourselves to the courts. It would never have worked. So every step of the way in human civilization and the bringing together of societies has been by the sacrifice that the elite have made. They have sacrificed their privileges, and because they've sacrificed their privileges, their societies have moved forward. Where the elite fails in the responsibility, the society itself eventually fails. I'll leave you with a story. In 1994, I served as a United Nations justice sector expert in Mogadishu in Somalia. I was working at the time for the United Nations. The country had virtually failed then. After several years of misrule, corruption, neglect of social justice, and disregard for the rule of law, the nation was now effectively managed by warlords, area boys, or whoever you call them. They were the ones who managed that entire society. Every part of the city and country had its own reigning warlord. This was a society that had everything. It had a system of justice, proper system of justice. There were judges, there were all sorts of people. Everything, the elite was there. But eventually it failed because the elite had not responded to the needs of their society. At that time, there was hardly any food. There was chaos everywhere in Mogadishu, where we lived with the UN. In one of the camps where hungry men and women queued up for food in a long line with bowls in their hands. On that line were former university professors, and with all due respect to Professor Falafia and myself, in the same line, holding their bowls of food, waiting online to receive food from the United Nations. Former senior public servants, former Supreme Court justices, former journalists, all hungry, waiting in the line with their little bowls for food from the World Food Program. In 1981, when I started teaching, my first conference, the very first conference I attended, there were 3 justices who came from Somalia. 3 justices. They were Supreme Court justices at the time. I met one of them again on that line, waiting for food. As soon as he saw me, he recognized me immediately. In fact, I was shocked that he could recognize me immediately. And he explained, told me who he was. I asked for the other 2. One of them was sitting somewhere else, couldn't even get up. One of them had died. But they were all in that line. That is the lot of the elite. When the elite fails to make the sacrifices that a nation requires to stay united and to believe in their nation enough not to destroy it. So it's our responsibility. It's our responsibility as the elite. Not because we are nice people, not because we are men and women of great faith, no, but because in order to preserve even our own privileges, to preserve this society, to preserve this nation, we must make those sacrifices. So once more, let me thank Prof for such an inspiring, lecture, and to wish, and I pray, and I wish that our elite will respond positively to everything that we have said. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to say with all sense of humility and respect that the Vice President never stops to amaze me of his tremendous capacity to generate thought-provoking speeches extempore without preparation. Who would have thought that within the space of 30 minutes, His Excellency will be able to weave from the content of the guest speaker another speech that clearly can pass for another guest speaker's lecture. Let's give a round of applause to Professor Yemi Osinbajo, Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are gradually coming to the end of this meeting. I just like to crave our indulgence that immediately after the national anthem, I'll crave the indulgence of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the Honorable Ministers here present, the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, to please file here for a group photograph with the Vice President. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please rise for the national anthem? Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Days a week, you can watch NTA International live on your TV, computer, iPad, tablet, and phone. Log on to visiontv.co.uk and click on Entertainment, then NTAI. You can also download the iOS or Android app on your mobile devices to watch NTA International on the go, anywhere in the world. NTA International, your window to the world.
Welcome to Africa, the land of ancient civilization.
For a live telecast. Please stay tuned.
I wonder when the children learned the song. Growing up, I knew that song. How many of us know that song? Yes, but true confession. Oh, you know it. True confession. I grew up in Lagos, and this is where we sang that song. Me, I like a wedu. I like campus egusi. Okra soup day for Nigeria. Make we join hands to put amala together. That was just on the lighter side.
I feel like amala well.
How to you? Okay, thank you very much for that performance. And now let's take it a little higher. Let's do something. We're going to listen to rock music, and this time I'll be calling on the queen of soft rock. I'm talking about Zainab Sule to give us some good music. Zainab, the blondie. Ayana. She's an international artist, by the way. A round of applause for Zainab Sule.
Check. Mic check. Okay, Una, they hear me? Sorry, I'm supposed to speak Pune. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Zainab Sule. I will try not to bore you. I'm going to do a song in line with the occasion, because whether we like it or not, we are all Nigerians. And if we do not vote, last, all of us go collect waiting everybody collect. So I have a song on my new album. The album is called Room 309. You can check it on any of my handles. It's and it's called Made in Niger. I want us to say Made in Niger. No problem for me, Sabi for more. Made in Niger. Oh yeah, this Simon, I don't let them do. Say Made in Niger. Shake the air. Oh yeah, I want to get say Made in Niger. They say I'm made in Niger, this ain't the one I want. I'd be lying if I said that I was proudly African. They say, wear your colors proud, we want to be like you. But I'll be hours on the fuck you. And we don't have no lights, but we laugh and we love. It's in our DNA, we don't have a choice, but we laugh and we love, but deep inside we want more. I was made in Niger, we ain't never giving up. This country now we own, we ain't got nowhere else. Baby, lift your head, it go better. I'll be loud and proud, I believe in it. I was made in Niger, I was made in Niger. They say we're leaders of tomorrow, but I've been told that shit don't work. so many churches, and the mosques spring up everywhere, everywhere. But you can fight for what you want and live the life you've always wanted. And I'll be on the front line, I'll be singing and saying, I was made in Nigeria. The several leaders of tomorrow, but I've been told that shit it don't work. No, we have so many churches and the mosques spring up everywhere, everywhere. But you can fight for what you want and live the life you always wanted. And I'll singing and saying, I was made in Niger. I was made in Niger. I can't hear you. I will stop. Let's go. Wait. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. I was made in Niger. 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 They say I'm made in Niger, but this ain't the one I want. I'd be lying if I said that I was proudly African. They say wear your colors proud. We want to be like you, but I was on the front queue, and we don't have no lights, but we laugh, 'cause this is the one that we want, and we laugh. And this is the one we can vote. We laugh. This is the one that we want. One that we want. I was made in Niger. Thank you very much.
The queen of soft rock. I was made in Nigeria. Indeed, I was made in Nigeria, and I'm proudly Nigerian. If you're proudly Nigerian, give yourself a round of applause. All right, with that performance, I would like to call on the host of this fest. For those of you just joining us, this is Oktoberfest. It's a show put together by NTA Entertainment here at the nation's capital, Abuja, to celebrate Nigeria at 62. This is the third edition. All right, I'd like to call on the general manager, Teni Ajayi of NTA Entertainment, to speak to us. Tell us so far, how far has it been? Where are we coming from? Where are we going to? And at the end of it, I would like to see you give us some steps as usual. All right, let's give the general manager a round of applause.
Hello, children. Children, I greet you all, my guests, respectfully. I greet respectfully once again. I hope you are having a nice time with all we have been able to afford. Not to worry, we have quite a number of very interesting items to hand over to you again so that you will enjoy yourself more. On behalf of the entire staff and management, most especially the DG of the Nigerian Television Authority, I welcome you once again to this occasion, Oktoberfest, organized by NTA Entertainment. Once again, we'll be having some of our guests to give us a goodwill message. So shortly, just, briefly, 2 minutes, you come here again and give us your goodwill message from your various institutions. Thank you.
That's a word of welcome from the word of welcome from the General Manager, NTA Entertainment. So, we need the chairman of the chairman. If you are not busy and you can just spare us a minute or two, just give us some goodwill messages, your remark, and tell us what you think about Oktoberfest by NTA Entertainment. And the chairman of the occasion is Mr. Abdul Gimber. He's the Director of Museums from the National Commission for Museum and Monument, representing the Director General.
I beg to stand on the existing protocol. Like I rightly said when I welcome everybody here, I said this occasion is occasion for children. That is the Oktoberfest organized by NTA. Sincerely speaking, they have done well, and we pray that this will continue. For the children, sincerely, you are wonderful. I can see all of you are very, very happy. And this occasion, you will agree with me, is very entertaining. We have seen a lot of presentations, and the presentation is very, very, sincerely speaking, I would love to stay here till evening if this kind of entertainment will continue. So I want to thank the organizers of this occasion, that is the NTA. You have done well. I know there is a committee, it's not just the NTA. The committee responsible for organizing this occasion, sincerely speaking, have done very well. Thank you very much.
It's always good to have partners in progress. All right, that's a word of commitment from the National Commission for Museum and Monuments, and that's the Director of Museums, and he is Mr. Abdul Gimba. Thank you very much. We have partners in progress, partners in One Nigeria, and of course, one of the partners of all of us here today, of NTA, is the Nigerian Police Force. Like we know, the police is our friend. Is the police your friend? Is the police your friend? Indeed, the police is our friend, and of course, our partner in the Oktoberfest 2022. I would like to call on the representative of the Inspector General of Police. I'm talking about Chief Superintendent of Police, Femi Adedeji, to please talk to us in a minute or two. And just to inform us, we are live on the network service of the NTA. Thank you very much, Chief Superintendent.
Good afternoon. The police is made in Niger too. Well, the IG would have loved to be here, and I think he missed something. So I'm going to tell him all the things that happened here with these beautiful children, the dance, the dance, the laughter, the beautiful song, the entertainment. To assure you, we have no other country than Nigeria, and that's why the police is established to provide safety and security and law enforcement for all Nigerians, especially for the children are the tomorrow. So this occasion is very interesting and eye-opening for me, and I think that every year the police will continue to commit itself to supporting this program. I'm enjoying myself, and I'll convey this enjoyment to the IGP. The IGP would like to assure children that whether they go to school or wherever they are, the police has your back, like I said before. I also want to remind parents that we have a duty to train our children to be law-abiding, to be proud of being Nigerians, and to be confident that they will be safe wherever they are. So being made in Nigeria also means thinking positive. Happy Independence, everyone.
Happy Independence to you too. All right, so we are all partners in policing, so make sure you watch out for each other, talk to the police if you have any issues. Well, we'll just have maybe one more speech before we go on to a lineup of entertainment. And this time, I would like to call on the district governor of the Lions Club. I'm talking about Asiwaju Olajide Bello to speak to us very quickly and tell us his thoughts and goodwill message on Oktoberfest 2022.
The chairman of this occasion,
other guests available here, and the GM, NTA Entertainment, and other GMs available. Our children, good afternoon. I want to sincerely appreciate NTA for putting up this occasion to celebrate our children, knowing fully well that these are our future. These are the people that can actually make this country a great nation. In my association, that's Lions Club International, what we do is to serve humanity, to look for where there's need, we take care of the needs there. But we cannot do it alone. We must carry these children along to ensure that we'll be our brother's keeper. Whatever we do, remember, together we cannot achieve anything. And whatever we're doing, let's remember to tell our story. They just said it. If you don't tell our story, who will tell our story? Children, please be ambassadors of this nation. Let's see the future of this nation in your hand. And let's see if you can transform what you have on ground now. We know we are not finding it very palatable. But I know with what I'm seeing here today, we're going to take this nation to a greater height. Thank you. Enjoy yourself, please. Feel free, have fun, and remember, this country is ours. God bless you.
I was almost tempted to tell you to booga for us. Please, he wants to booga for us. Let's see the district governor of the Lions Club booga for us. All right. Who can touch you? Come and booga with him, please. I need to open something. Is there no challenger here? GM, on your car, she's coming. Mommy.
Mommy, we get swag. Hey, watch this. Wake up. GM classes are chairman. Watch them, we are going to join Don't walk to one try. It's supposed to be try. You can't be one of them. You are looking at one and Mommy, you are too good. Daddy, don't give up. Swallow for mommy. Put your hands together for our mommy. Put your hands together for mommy, please. She's the winner.
Oh, that is some booga levels for the general manager, NTA Entertainment, and of course, from Governor, District 404-282, Nigeria of the Lions Club. Let's give them a booga round of applause. Okay, moving on now, we will take a performance. So now this performance is from a group. And this group, they take children from the slum and try to make something good out of them. They teach them some dance. All right, this time we will be having a performance from the Slum to Stage Ballet Company. It's different, it's unique, and you'll love it. All right, let's have the Slum to Stage. Let's have the Slum to Stage Ballet Group give us their performance now. All right, while they're trying to make their way, I hope you're having a good time, and of course, you are having fun.
I understand you feel down. You hate your life right now. You just want peace of mind and less aching for your troubled soul. Well, let me give you a piece of my mind. I've been the only other place to go after you've been down is up. It's understandable how you can be so fixated on the physical. You've been trained to observe what's in front of you. What you see with your eyes is what's real to you. But don't be deceived. Everything you see is conceived in your imagination. So unless you begin to perceive a whole new vision, you gon' still be the same. Ain't nothing changed. And control your emotions. Don't let your emotions control you. Take charge. Everything you are going through is life trying to get you to be more and do more. You have a chance to reach your highest potential. Focus on what's essential to the realization of your grand plan. The world today has too many distractions. Everybody's betting on your attention. You gotta begin to take back your time, take back your life, take back your focus, retrain your mind. Take charge. Take charge. You're broken down and you're living life on the merry-go-round. You can't find out by seeing in you, so we gon' walk it out. Mountains, we gon' walk it out. Mountains, and and for that we have each other. And for that we have each other. Rise like the day, rise up. In spite of the ache, I will rise 1,000 times again. And we'll in spite of the ache, we'll do it 1,000 times again. So compatriot, Nigeria's call obey. To serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. Shine with heart and mind, one nation bound in freedom. We send you
Put your hands together. This is amazing. Wow. Wow. Are they Nigerians? Now, wow, we have something in this country, be that too. My sister, that your body will take you far. Gaskia. And that bros, through you are a teacher, but if you raise my sister like this, Abby, say when they dance, you will pay her dowry that day. But if anything happen to her leg or eye, you will not say true. You man know the joke for dowry. But that was amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Please, all the children, put your hands together for that, please. I expected you to make some noise now. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, it is not easy, but we are going to make it easy for you. Thank God for NTA Entertainment.
Slum to stage. That was a very, very amazing performance. Please, let's give them a round of applause if you actually enjoyed it. It's time for us to move on to something else, and this time I'll call on an artist. He simply calls himself Sydney Rock. All right, Sydney Rock, if you're ready, it's time for you.
Thank you so much. Hello, children. Like the Queen of Rock has said, we're not here to bore you. We're here to entertain you, and not just to entertain you, to educate you about this prestigious day of our independence celebration. In 1999, I was a little boy at the Eagle Square. One of those boys, I was opening those books at the background for the calisthenics when former President Olusegun Obasanjo was sworn in for independence. And after that time, I grew up in so much hope. And then you can shout, Nigeria, and you will hear, giant of Africa, that was like what we used to shout that time. And, it was somewhere down the line, with all of the growth process of the country and myself, I see when you shout Nigeria, you hear something else. But today I want to reawaken that hope again in the song titled Hope Day. So when I shout Nigeria, you can just shout Hope Day. Nigeria, this side, Nigeria. Just forget about the other response. DJ, let's roll. Listen to my little story about a boy who got a dream to become what he wants to be. And Papa not farmer, and Mama not trader, but like John Bull, they send them to school to become the doctor who will heal their wounds. In the university, but not the doctor he want be. He said he want to forestry, he want the best in plant trees. Papa said he don't fall in hard, Mama said he don't spoil the plant. Why? I wish that you should understand. So take this message to Papa, tell him so today, tell him so take this message to Mama, tell her so tell her so we go plant the trees and we go heal the world. We go plant the trees and we go heal the world. Yeah. I remember the good old days when we used to play on the rainy day, singing, rain, rain, go away, come again another day. But see, the climates are changing, the trees are falling, the oceans are rising, the sun is scorching. When my man said a global warming, African man said the gods are angry. The preacher man says judgment day. Can somebody please tell me what is happening? I wish say you did understand. Take this message to Papa. Tell him so happy day. Tell him so happy day. Let me hear you shout it. So happy day. Tell me. Take this message to Mama. Tell him so happy day. Tell him so happy day. Tell this message to Papa. Tell him so happy day. Tell him so happy day. For you and for me, like 1, 2, we go plant the trees. 3, 4, we go make them green. 5, 6, keep it clean. 7, 8. Let me hear you say, like 1, 2, we go plant the trees. 3, we make them green. 5, 6, keep it clean. 7, 8, shut up. Let's just sing that. Sing let me hear you sing. Children sing it. For you and for me, sing for you and for me, sing. Take this message to Papa. Tell him so happy day. Tell him so happy day. We go plant the trees and we go heal the world.
Hope day, indeed, hope day for all of us. Summarily, whatever you're going through, just know, say, last, everything will be okay. Hope day. All right, let's give ourselves a round of applause. Now, how many of you like what I'm wearing? Like, how many of you like what I'm wearing? Love what I'm wearing. All right, you know what's happening? You will see a fashion show this time. And this fashion show is organized, is a collection of Campbell Concept. Campbell Concept have this collection called Modern African Collection. And this is one of their designs. And what you're about to see next is a couple more of the Campbell Collection designs. All right, Campbell Collections, let's see you. DJ, let's hear some music.
Not the bad. I don't send nobody, I can live my life. If you're not getting money, you go come my life. Man, just one day I think, and one day you're right. San Francisco town, no there ain't nobody. Smoking loud and I'm making goodie. Down the water again, the man no get on my lane. Stop out on the chicken, pop pass make you pass rotate, pass rotate. You know I'm just that type. No, them no big kill my vibe. Them no big kill my vibe. Them no big kill. Them no big kill. Them no big kill my vibe. Follow the thought. Now you shall find a piece of advice. If you hate your enemies shine. If you're not a friend of me, enter the light. But you can never kill my vibe. Got here with no sacrifices. Everything was taken. You had to make it. Vibe killer. Me I no go take shit. Vibe killer. Somebody time. Don't take my energy from your father. My pastor say I be my healer. Everything I desire. I go this my everything, flow like a river. If you get sour, come on, go and sit down. I go just better, come up my jigger. I go just say, I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm taking dynamite down. After your condolence, you know I'm just that type.
Wow, that's all right. That's modern African collections. There's still more to come from the Chambel concept. And this is the CEO, the fashion creator, the designer of this mode. Please do a strut on the runway. Okay, that's it. Let's have some breakfast for her. Modern African collection. That is really what I just saw is really amazing. Tell me about my design. I mean, what's the concept behind this one?
Concept behind this beautiful dress is beautiful African women like you. So one of my inspiration is seeing women, beautiful women look beautiful like you. So I like to dress you up and make you look amazing, like you're looking like this. So your look right now is inspiring me to make more beautiful clothes like this. In fact, better than this.
All right. And the other ladies? And what the other ladies had, you're going to tell us about what they've worn, but I can see a couple of them are here already. So let's do the rest of our designs. All right, Modern African Women Collection. This is a chic anti look. All right, DJ, let's hear some music. Rich anti vibes.
Baby, come and be like zombie. Stand on me, you with your body. Come and be like zombie. Stand on me, you with your body. Notice your milky for something for me. Hold on me, I know what to make honey. And if you're milky, I see I saw me to look. Tell on you, baby, tomorrow, baby, gonna, waka, when you enter, Lolita. Baby, gonna, will you give me sugar, la, la, la. Macho Mona Lisa, Macho Mona Lisa, Macho. Trendybeats.com.
London.
I know from the top to suffer. If I follow politician, you go hear am for paper. They go call am prostitution. Who don't like enjoyment? If money dey for pocket, she be na national budget. We go blow my trumpet. I'm watching, nothing you don't move. You come
so, that next collection has a touch of yellow and there's this whole rich and vibes about it. Tell us.
So when I think about beautiful African women, I think about women with different type of body. So we have clothes that suit different bodies. We have young youths, the Gen Z, and then we have the ones that suit the rich aunties. Yes, that's the word, rich aunties. So the yellow one is the one for the rich auntie vibes, and the other ones are for the Gen Zs, the beautiful young ladies, the students, the working class, the young working class. And for the plus size, that's why I talked about the different sizes of the women, the small, the medium, the big, bold, and beautiful women.
All right. Thank you very much, the creative director, Chambel Concepts. All right. Do we have a couple of more collections to see? All right. More collections coming. All right. Let's see this.
Open the fire, play the pedal, let them know. No finish you, no finish you. Man, no fit tire, every day I'm on the road. No limit you, no limit you. Hey, this now undo, you done down for. Many things we can do. Story I'm into you. Do wire for you. Tonight I'll be dancing at the pain away. Give me your hand and shoulder. To see you to get up. Blessings for your head up. Give me your hand and shoulder. But I know go get us. Better go look at us. Give me your hand and shoulder. To see you to get up. Blessings for your head up. Give me your hand and shoulder. But I know go get us. Better go look at us. I'm like Bubella. No one can do better. You body fall from me. When I go shorty. Every day, ready tonight. Wait, my side. Shepherd in heaven, what time to take over? You don't stay I double you. Another fellow pastor, they be for my father, na father. See me, I don't be my follow. I won't focus on you, focus. Get good, I come first, I don't first. Let it up, let it know, let it get good, hey God, don't make us follow. It's all what things they cost. I do want to fall, I do want to burn out. Hey God, don't make us follow. It's all what things they cost. I do want to fall, I do want to burn out. Yeah, pardon them. Sometimes I got you. They say to go back, if you like to get
If you enjoyed that performance, give them a round of applause. A resounding applause like you actually mean it. Thank you very much. That collection is from Chambel Concept. She calls it the Modern African Collection. All right, if you're just joining us, this is the October Fest organized by the NTA Entertainment here at the nation's capital, broadcasting live from the Nigerian Television Authority. It's time for us to move on to another musical performance, and this time it's from this artist called Kozi Weasel. Kozi Weasel, it's over to you. All right, let's hear you. Is Kozi Weasel here? Is he here? All right. I actually said someone will come to do the runway show for us. All right, so we don't have another person to do it. Okay, so let's have the performance next. And if the performance is not ready, and he is actually ready.
Okay, everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be all right now. It's gonna be all right. If you believe, say one day everything will be all right. I beg, more can clap for yourself, I beg. The children, can you clap for yourself if you know one day everything is going to be all right? Okay, as you are clapping, I want us to do this thing together. 1, 2, 3. Everything's gonna be all right. Let me hear from this side. Everything's gonna be all right now. Okay, from our daddies here, everything's gonna be all right. Una believe he go always be alright. DJ drop our bag. He go be alright. Someone I hear him. Okay.
And this
goes louder volume.
Yeah. They don't make it where I'm from, but I made it here. They don't
Hold on. Play the actual tempo of the song, please. The actual tempo. No sync count to any tempo. Because they don't make it where I'm from, but we'll make it here. Okay. Yeah, give me louder volume, I beg. May they hear my pain.
And this goes the
confirm.
Yeah. They don't make it where I'm from. They don't help me where I'm from, so I help myself. Looking at the things that I've been through, all the loss, the love, the pains, and the lessons too. Give me one reason why you hate me, but you gave me the same reason why you love me. I thought I've seen it all, but some people still they try to off me. They still they try to off me. I want you to know everything's gonna be alright.
Okay, this is the part you sing with me. I want you to know everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright.
Yourself.
Okay, listen. But why am I so scared of the wedding ring? Why do I feel this alcohol makes me whole again? When I'm down, when I'm up, when I'm sad, when I'm happy, when I'm trying to make my girl come again. Why do I miss my ex when I'm in the ends of the one I love? Why do I look up to the boys in the streets when I'm in trouble instead of sorting myself? So many questions in my head, still I want you to know everything's gonna be alright. Hey, everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. If only you know everything's gonna be alright. Hey, everything's gonna be alright. If only you know everything's gonna be alright. Could you back yourself home? Can you guys put your hands together like this? Put your hands together for me like this. Put it all together like this. I want self enough to even notice that you hate me. And I love myself more than I hate myself. To even notice if anyone loved me. Why hate me? For the things I couldn't give you are the things you couldn't give yourself. Life's a fairy tale. What does a fairy tale? Open my mouth to hear, but the words we couldn't tell. The ones we look up to are gnashing teeth with crooked spines. I help I can't find. Stop telling me things in crooked times. God bless you all. Just believe that one day everything's gonna be alright. My name is Cozy.
Thank you very much, Weasel. Cozy Weasel, thank you very much for that one. All right, it's time for us to listen to some comedy. The weather has been good. All right, so it's time for us to enjoy some comedy. And this time the comedy is from my friend Alhaji Aboki. I should have you on stage here with me now. Alhaji Aboki. Kaimana. By the way, you look amazing.
I know already, but sorry. I'm going to go down small and you're going to introduce me again. Because I don't know which weather is affecting everybody. Hello, children. Hello, children. They are going to introduce me again. If you like, don't kill up for me.
All right, make sure you clap for him once he comes up. All right, I will introduce him again. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if your hands are not too busy, give it up for Alhaji Aboki.
Thank you. Thank you, Don Moonshine. Thank you, children. Thank you, Holder. Thank you. Children, clap for yourself. Clap for yourself. You're expecting me to say the same thing to you. They say kill up for me and not kill up. You're not kill up. It's okay. It's election time. I will soon come out. But before then, I want to say a big welcome to all our chairmen. You're welcome. And we know why they call you chairman now, because you can see our chair is different from our own. Big chair for chairman. I will start by introducing myself. My names are Alhaji Abdullahi Abdul Qadir Abdul Yaksin Abdul Tuxton Abbas Jikan Naganda Sarkin Ruwa mai siyar da tumatir a kasuwan Utako. I am the major importer exporter of atarugu, tomato, tattasai, girin pepper, watermelon, cabbage, and by God grace, even kilishi we have added to the business. If you are not jealous, kill up for me. You kill out for me, I will know my enemies now. You are not killing him. There is no anything. I want to say I'm very happy to be here. It was a little bit confusing. I came all the way from UK. You don't know UK? UK is on 1 hour, just 2 hours away from here. It's in Kaduna here. If you are not jealous, kill up for me. Let me catch all my enemies. Oh, thank you very much. But finally I'm here, and thank God we are celebrating the 62 birthday of country independence. I didn't wear green or white. I wore blue because of it's very intentional. Blue is a cool color and it's for peace, and that is what I'm preaching, not more than that. And by God's grace, we are getting there. And my party is here, capable and very, very ready for this election coming. I will want you to vote for my party. I am contesting for governorship. I'm not contesting with anybody. I'm my chairman. Please vote for me. Nobody has ever campaigned for this office. I'm the first person. Has anybody campaigned for CBN governor? Vote for me, and that's all. Thank you very much. But at this point, I don't want to waste our time because I can see they are sharing food before the children finish the food. Let me just do and go down. I want to sing a song. If you are in support, say aye. If you are in support of me singing, say aye. Children, hello children. If you are in support of me singing, say aye. The eyes have habit eye already. DJ, what are you waiting for? Wait. There be no records for life. Guys. Guys, I want up. I want up. I want up. Guys, I want up. Guys, I want up. Children, I want up. Guys, back up. Okay. In chapter 1, gaskiya komai baka dama ka kabiya sai mu gode Allah shi daya dan shi ne sarkin gaskiya ya mallaki dukkan talakai da kwai da tudu da samaniya da mutum aljan da mala'ika da daban sarari da tamaniya a warra. Awara. Okay. Awara. Begara. Begara. Awara. Begara. Begara. Okay. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. Let's count together. Are we there? Let's go. All right. 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61. Another rap again. Get your copy, man. Get your copy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now go there.
Alhaji Aboki, they're giving us some rap vibes. Okay, thank you very much, Alaji Aboki. I hear there are a couple of prizes to be won. We have some raffle tickets to go around later. But just before we get to win our prizes, I would like to call once again the High Grade International School. They said they have a cultural dance performance, a unity cultural dance performance, and it's time for us to enjoy it. All right, High Grade International School, are you here? Good. All right, let's give it a round of applause as they come to perform.
La la la. Tsakanin babbar kalma ce ta wani daɗi a gurin furtawa soyayya. Wani daɗi a gurin furtawa soyayya. Inda soyayya ce na baki tuntuni na tantance aurenki soyayya sa'a ce gana ki ni ma na yoda ce samin ki idanu ba sa gajiyawa da kallon ki dare rana safiya gobe na muka kasance tare. Kasan gaskiya kar kai karya ranar wanka cibiya ka ta koya inda na sabiya ban can gaya soyayya nan zan tsaya bayyana batan aure in ba kai ne ba ya zama kyawun kishi ne ya sani na soki amur ƙaunata kinki shi ne ya sani na soki zama matata kinki wanda ya sami kici ya zama dangata kyawun ki wanda ya sami ki yi wa mazaje rata ba wai kyawun da ke fuskawa ba wai kyawun da ke fatawa ba wai kyawun ki na kai surawa wannan kyawun nan da bai yi godewa halayya. Yin an kira ka wata ni lara da saura da juna ba za ni fita sai mutuwa ta so shi nan ta raba soyayya. Soyayya gidan garba ke cewa babu mutum da so mai zuwa tabbas gidan garba ke ba babu mutum da so mai zuwa tabbas.
Anya the goddamn. Believer. If never wonder, if never Anya Mumasani Balumo, what I'm doing go was and the Balumo, and the Osa. You get one, that's money that Balumo, and the Osa. One I didn't have one Osa. You know, I'm going to Yeah, one that you not forget, cause I want to tell you, yeah. Who want a melon, ya lumo to gawa bunny, yeah. On your mama, for prayers, you need the money, man, I'm boating, Mungayo, you're still my bubble, bullet, again. Sir,
Imagine life without the money. You go suffer, fire. Imagine life without the load. Some guys say I won't be low.
You don't pay, I don't miss it till heat, Diego, who come with a fish, Diego, feed you in one, Diego, then they're going to back along, Lilo Mayabono, Ewama, Bulego, Batame Belono, Nabapane, or Sinamo man, being when they're gonna sign a check, one name more mad.
You know one neck in an baby. And I'm a little baby. Oh, what's in an baby? You can remember I can charge. One neck in an baby. In a room, my pastor then tell me, say, money is the root of all evil. Where do I get money is the root of evil. Or I gave you money.
It's my maestro on the beat stage.
Mo ti sọ tẹ́lẹ̀ nínú orin tó ré kọjá ẹni Ọlọ́run fẹ́ lọ ọmọ èèyàn fẹ́ ẹ máa yọ́nú sí mi àgbàtọmọdé ẹ máa yọ́nú sí mi o ọkùnrin tóbìnrin ẹ yọ́nú sí mi ẹni bá yọ́nú sí mi ṣọ́jú ìyọ́nú Ọlọ́run ọba 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 òun lẹ́ máa rí. Mo ní ẹ máa yọ́nú sí mi ọkùnrin ẹ yọ́nú sí mi obìnrin ẹ yọ́nú sí mi gbogbo ẹni bá yọ́nú sí mi o ó ṣọ́jú ìyọ́nú Ọlọ́run ọba 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 òun ẹlẹ́wọ̀n máa rí. Àánú orí gbà adé orí ọ̀gbìn. Àánú orí gbà adé orí ọ̀gbìn. Èmi jáyé orí mi. Kì í dẹ́ ṣe mímọ́ ṣe. Kì má dẹ́ ṣe mímọ́ ṣe adé orí ọ̀gbìn. Àánú orí gbà adé orí ọ̀gbìn. Ọmọ aládé àlàáfíà adé orí ọ̀gbìn. Ọmọ aládé àlàáfíà adé orí ọ̀gbìn. Ìran ẹ̀yà kìnìún Júdà adé orí ọ̀gbìn. Gbòǹgbò ìdílé Jésè adé orí ọ̀gbìn.
The Unity Cultural Dance, the Unity Cultural Dance by students of High Grade International School giving us the Unity Cultural Dance. One of your Ileke don't follow. All right, thank you very much. It's time for us to move on this side now. Like I said, we have a couple of sponsors. Goxy Cakes have given us this very beautiful Nigerian themed cake with a coat of green, white, green, and some sparkling stars. All right, I would like to call on the general manager, NTA Entertainment. Please lead other members of that side of the arena to join us as we symbolically cut the cake to celebrate Nigeria. What is the celebration? Can the representative of the IG please join the GM to cut the cake? To cut the cake now, then we'll take the interview later. And other members, GM, you should be coming with other members of the table there, please. And the general manager, language, general manager, NTA Abuja. All right, so let's have the cake cut now at this point. Much speak in the middle. Deputy Director, NTA News 24. So Ibrahim Wada, please. Thank you very much. The representative of Lions Club is here. If you like, the GM, please be at the middle while you are flanked by other. IG, should you support at that side though? Thank you. Okay. All right, so this is the thing. We are celebrating Nigeria. We can see it's all themed green and white. So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we will cut the cake after the spell at the pronunciation of our great and beautiful country, Nigeria. So let's start with the N. Give me an N. Stretch your hands. I. E. E. R. Nigeria, thank you very much. Congratulations, Nigeria. Congratulations to every one of us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Money plenty down no one tell me love would taste like this. Got my money in my pocket like this. Bitcoin get my wallet like this. Please tell me that my knowledge like this. God, I know they follow man, but you I might have to consider. Chips to a leg like a patron. It's time by me, then there's another. If to die another day for you, baby. Okay. Quit my casting over ways for you, baby. We all make sure. Okay, now the children are already bouncing in the bouncing castle, so it's going to be very difficult to get their attention. Now I hope the cameras can show us the children bouncing at the castle now, and obviously they are not listening to me, so I'll just face those people actually listening to me right now. Raffle tickets to give away, some prizes to give away. Elia Tochi Princess, please can we have some of the children come around here? And meanwhile, for those who have we have a couple of pizza, courtesy Devoners Pizza. They have a couple of pizza they'll take to that side of the arena to that to our special guests and give them a couple of pizza. And I understand that there are a couple of discount tickets they'll give to you. So if you come to their place to pick some pizza, you'll get it at complimentary, at the supplementary rate. Okay, it's time for us. Let me get some children now. I have a couple of questions. Can I get some children up here? And then who should I get from this side now? Okay, please come. Yes, please come. The lady on black, please come. All right, please come. Any one more person here? Nobody. Good. Please come. I have questions. Please step up here. I have questions. Number one. Please step up here. And the lady here. Okay. Good. We have 7 of you. Please come. Questions number 1 to 17. Who wants to come first? All right, just come. All right, question number 1 to 17. And if she gets the answer right, we give her a prize. What's your name?
My name is Chinenye Jude.
Chinenye Jude. All right, pick question number 1 to 17. Which?
Number 5.
Question number 5. How old is Nigeria?
22.
How old is Nigeria? Take it again.
22 years.
Okay, she's mixing it all up, so I'll just step her aside. Just step aside that way. No, I will ask you that question again. You take another question. Nigeria is how old? Nigeria is how old? 62. She mistakenly said 22. She actually wanted to say 62. But it's okay. All right, let's have the next person come. Pick a number 1 to 17.
Number 12.
Question number 12. Question number 12 says, who is the president of Nigeria?
President Muhammadu Buhari.
President Muhammadu Buhari. Thank you very much. Go that way. You'll be given a prize. All right, told you we have a winner here. Next. What's your name?
My name is Prevail Linus.
Your name is who?
Prevail Linus.
All right, Prevail. What number?
Number 8.
Question number 8 for Prevail. What is the capital of Nigeria? Capital of Nigeria. What is the capital city of Nigeria? What is the capital of Nigeria? States and capital.
Central of Unity.
She is a little tense up here. Just stay that way behind the auntie. All right, for the first winner, I have a pack of checkered custard. All right, this is for you. Congratulations. Courtesy checkers custard. Thank you. All right, number
7.
Question number 7. What are the 3 major languages in Nigeria?
Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba.
Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Can I have a gift for him? All right.
Sophia Bawa.
Sophia, what's your number?
6.
Question number 6. What is the official language used in Nigeria? What is the official language we speak in Nigeria?
The official language we speak in Nigeria is Hausa.
I didn't hear you. What is the official language everybody speaks in Nigeria? What do we speak in Nigeria?
English.
Say it again louder.
English.
English. A round of applause to her. Thank you very much. She picked question number 6. Please look for number 6 and give to her. Okay, next.
My name is Ejiro Messi.
What number?
Number 9.
Question number 9. Okay, Ejiro Messi. Oh, this is beautiful. This is for you. All right, let's have a picture. Camera. Nice. Thank you very much. Number what?
9.
Question number 9. What currency do we use in Nigeria?
Naira.
Louder.
Naira.
Thank you very much. Question number 9. Naira. Can we have a gift here? DJ Lolo, please. All right, help me do the presentation. Okay, let me explain. We have a number of sponsors who have given us gifts, and on each of these gifts, there are on each of these gifts here, there are numbers. So whatever number you pick, we pick the number of the gifts there. Okay, one more, two more persons. I need one more adult to join the other adult here. Question number 10. What is the color of the Nigerian flag?
Green, white, green.
Green, white, and green. Question number 10 for her, please. I need a young male to join the adult lady here.
A young male.
A young male. Okay, what's your name?
Gift
Her name
item
is
for question
Kapsi.
number 10.
What's your number?
Number 1.
Hold on,
Question
Angel.
number 1. The name Nigeria was coined by who?
Lord Lugard. Flora Lord Lugard.
What?
Flora Lord Lugard.
The name Nigeria was coined by
Flora Lord Lugard.
Flora Shaw, the wife of Lord Lugard. Thank you very much. Give her a round of applause.
Yes.
Do we have one? I said one person. So, all right, pick one number.
15. Thank you.
Question
Wonderful.
number 15.
Wow, for the ladies. Congratulations.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Paul, Baba.
All right, Paul. What does the wavy white Paul stand for in the Nigerian coat of arms? Wavy white Paul. Let me look for the coat of arms now. Where is that cake? Oh, the cake is gone. The coat of arms, there is something that is wavy there. What does it stand for?
Why is this? Okay. That's white color peace.
Yeah, it's the Y. It stands like this, is wavy. What does it stand for? What does it represent in Nigeria?
Okay. East, north, and south.
I'm sorry. Okay, I guess I can give this question. Should I give it as a bonus? Should I give it as a bonus? No, you guys are walking. You are taking pictures. Where is the other guy that was here? Where is the guy that was here? Who was? Okay,
Bros, come back.
Come and attempt it. Come and attempt it. All right. If he doesn't get it, I will answer. Then I will take the gift.
It's River Ninja, River Benue.
River Niger and River Benue meeting at the confluence. Thank you very much. Question number 15.
So not be everybody where they wear medicated glass and then go school. No, they why not for here, oh, senior man. Oh, bros. Your face should. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. It's good for now. All right, guess we might get to take another later. DJ, I guess you give us some music before we bring up one more performance. Hold on.
Love is not enough, baby. Come to me, Molo.
Sagamula, Sagamula.
Love me or you hate me, know me. No mess with me, Molo. Speak to Fifi, oh my honey, Fifi. Giuseppe Zanotti, in a Maserati. Take you, baby, easy. Fine boy like this, easy. You won't kill somebody. I lose with melody. I'm your. Oh, Jojo Malancha, lucky you. Olo ti mo feno. Me, I just want to be high. Me, I just want to be high. Me, I just want to be high. I just want to be high.
Oh, let's party, let's get party. Can't call me, can't call me. Vision blurry, words are slurry. Oh, Tiago, party, let's party. Wake up and just feel like on the night.
DJ Lolo, I see you are a step up. Concept mode.
Where are the children? Where are the children? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. DJ, give us something. Give us. Yeah, come. Che. This is high time when we need to. If you know you can do it better than the way I'm doing it, let me see you on stage. Let me see you. I don't count to. One person is on stage. I need 5 other people on stage. It's a freestyle stage, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. All right, let me see who can respond to this. Who is in the garden? Can I come and see her? Let me see your dance. Come on, buddy. Chey. On. Yes. Twinkle, little star. I wonder what you are. I wonder what's so high. Twinkle, little star. They don't know Buko. See them. They don't know Buko. Hey, they don't know Buko. For the Sabi dance. Let's go. On. Shakamola.
Don't walk it on try. You're supposed to be try. You look mommy, come let's name us.
She can dance.
It's so bad.
So let me see you. Don't give me Hausa pattern. Don't give me that Hausa pattern. Give me Muslim pattern. So. Igala pattern. No, I don't like that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Okay.
Sometimes it's good to them on stage,
Oh yes,
let them get a feel of how the stage looks like.
We will definitely have them
I
back on
appreciate
stage.
it, Mama. Mommy, your head did you?
We'll definitely have them back on stage. I can see the children, Sabi Buga. We shall have you here to Buga later. But very quickly, before we have our vote of thanks, let me call for one more performance. Sydney Rock is going to give us some rock music before we'll say our bye-byes. All right, Sydney Rock, are you there? What do you have for us this time?
Just go.
Okay, let's give it up for Sydney Rock.
I'm on a fast track and I'm ready to go. Packed up my bags, I'm ready on board. Come on, soaring high beyond the skies. Oh, looking back, in the green lights, I said I'm ready to start. Come on, nothing can slow me down now. 'Cause I hear the sound of the cruncher in the air. And I'm ready to go. I'll go. Where you lead me, I'll go. I'll go. Where you send me, I'll go. Yeah, yeah, 'cause I hear the voice of the Spirit call my name. Say it. 2, 3. I saw in between. I saw in the sky. I saw. Nobody can stop me. No hunger can resist me. Nobody has no boundary. I'm breaking every limit. Nobody can stop me. No hunger can resist me. Nobody has no boundaries. I'm breaking every limit. 1, 2, 3, go! Yeah, fire lift me up. Yeah, eagle swing. In the storm, swing, to the nations, yeah. Hear the sound of the gunshots in the air, yeah. Hear the voice of my spirit call my name. Say, hear the voice of my father call me son. Yeah, voice of the spirit whispering. Say, go, 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 go.
Thank you.
Yeah, so. Yeah.
All right. Whitney Rock, thank you very much for that last performance. And that performance round up our show for today. It's been a beautiful time. I hope you all enjoyed yourself. I hope you had a good time.
Yes, sir.
I would like to very quickly appreciate our sponsors, Arik Airlines, Mudatex, National Commission for Museum and Monuments, Nigeria, Checkers Custard, Seaway Groups, FIRS, Debona's Pizza, Mocha Foam, Indomie Noodles, Farm Pride, Habib Yogurt, Nigerian Police Force, Gold Apartments and Suites, Annie Party City, Goxy Cakes, Aqua Gurara, Good Life Magic Drinks, the People's Republic of China event, and Chambel Concept. I would like to call on the Assistant Manager NTA Entertainment to give us a vote of thanks. Chineye Ozo.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'd like to appreciate everyone for coming, all our guests, our dignitaries, the artists who performed, the schools, the children. I'd like to also thank our sponsors and our partners once again. And I also like to use this honor, this opportunity to appreciate the DG NTA Salihu Abdul Hamid Dembos for obliging us. Thank you, everyone, and God bless you.
All right, indeed, God bless you, God bless me, and God bless Nigeria. My name is Cecile Egbeli, signing out. DJ Lau Lau, it's over to you. All right.
NTA, you can't beat the rich.
Hello and welcome to another amazing edition of Your Weekend.
I'm telling you, oh, it has to be heat and it has to be steamy, it has to be hot.